All right.
Okay, so just a quick intro for stream. So yeah, we're gonna play D&D. I am new to DMing, and a lot of these folks are new to playing. So it's gonna be a little bit of a learning
And
experience for all of us. Yeah, I do know some of you have played like previous versions. Some of you are experienced, but some of you are like brand new to this. So it'll be feel free to like if you know something that I don't, you're very welcome to chime in because I'm gonna be learning along the way too. But either way, 5e is very streamlined. It's very easy to sort of just pick up and learn as you go. So we can kind of just like jump right in. So before we get started, I guess we can like go through and just introduce your character very quickly. Just tell us like what race they are, what class they look like, or they are, and what they might look like. Just like some of the first things that a stranger might notice when they see your character. And I guess we'll run top to bottom. So we'll start with Melise.
Okay, I'm playing Melise, a foxfolk bard, or foxfolk female bard. She's wearing leather armor, just brown, a reversible cloak with brown and black sides, a backpack, and a rapier with the sheath like upside down on her back, so it's hidden when she's standing around, but can be pulled out.
Oh, nice.
She has white hair that's tied into a ponytail and numerous pockets throughout her um, the cloak that hangs over with a hood that's down most of the time.
Hells
And
yes.
I hope you don't mind playing a female and just speaking in my normal voice because I will die if I
Oh
try
no
and
no
do a
no. That's
female tone.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Every now and then, like if a character is just super goofy, I'll try to imitate their voice or whatever. But I'm sort of the same boat. Like I'm just gonna use my regular voice most of the time because I'm terrible at faking accents. It's gonna be awful and cringy for all of us if I try to do that. So yes, totally fine to just speak in your normal voice. Okay, so awesome. Good. Any good rogue is gonna have a lot of pockets. That's a very important detail. Gotta have all those pockets. So Smurg, just tell us a little bit about your character.
I'm playing a ward folk named Cognate, a fighter, a male, just above 6 feet tall, green eyes, and he has fur because that's not how hair works,
Yeah, yeah.
and quite impatient and blunt.
Awesome. I dig it. All right, Solar, what you playing?
I'm playing a dragonborn named Garrick Firebrand or Brand.
Awesome.
He's a rogue but a swashbuckler rogue. So he's a little bit like a pirate, and he's a little older, around like the 40-ish age. So he's gonna be kind of cranky.
Perfect. Awesome. Cranky Pirates. I like it. Let's see. I totally went out of order. Runner, what you playing?
My character is named Ayal. He is a Aarakocra ranger. He's got brightly colored feathers, a couple of javelins. He's very young. He's 25 in bird years.
All right, perfect. Okay, so today's session is going to be a little bit simple, just because we need to get the ball rolling, and I didn't want to go too crazy right off the bat. So, for one reason or another, you guys are all in this big capital city named Rosa, which is right along the eastern border of a giant continent. And for one reason or another, each of your characters has some sort of reason that they need to get to Fortuna, which is an island chain. It's about 40 days by boat off the east coast. But you're all sort of panicking because you need to get on this boat and you need to do it soon, but you don't have a passage already lined up. So you guys have been sort of scrambling on the docks all morning, and eventually you kind of like coalesced. You realized that other people were looking for the same thing. Not a lot of people travel to Fortuna, so it's a little rare to see so many people so interested all of a sudden, and you figured you might have better luck if you stick together or work together. So as you were looking around on the docks, you stumble across this jolly, fat, finely dressed woman. She introduces herself as Elizabeth Merrywell, and she's kind of barking out orders to a lot of these people in the dock, and you figure she might, be in charge or something like that. And sure enough, she says that she is a shipping agent for a handful of merchant vessels, and she tells you that one of them, the MV Smart, is going to leave for Fortuna in about 2 days. Now, it's not a luxury ship by any stretch of the imagination. They normally don't even take passengers, but they've got a little bit of a predicament, and if you can help her, she thinks that she could probably reserve a handful of hammocks down in steerage. It won't be too great, but it'll at least get you there safely in one piece. But what she's asked you to do is locate a missing supply caravan. It's got some food and medicine that was supposed to be here a few days ago, and it has not turned up. So she says if you guys can help her with that, she will get you a spot on the ship, as long as you can bring things back by the end of tomorrow night. So, what do you think?
Well, we would first need a description of what the caravan was like,
Perfect.
and what it was.
So she says that it was traveling from the south. She thinks it was probably going to travel past Roper's Way, which is a village. It's about 8 or 9 hours south of Rosa, and she can actually get you a map, or you can pick one up somewhere in the city if you need. She said the caravan usually travels in 2 or 3 carts at a time. They have a very small platoon surrounding them. But honestly, the area around here is fairly peaceful most of the time, so it's not heavily armed. She says they could have broken down somewhere, maybe it was a bandit attack or something like that, but she really has no idea where it is or what could have happened to it. All she knows is that it was supposed to come from south, and it was supposed to pass through Roper's Way.
Okay.
Well, I'd be happy to help. Name's Melise, if you want to make a note of it.
Alright, Melise, fair enough. I honestly don't care who you are, but if you can bring me those supplies, I can probably save you a spot on the ship. Now, if you don't mind, I've got a lot of work left to do.
In fact, since I have a smell bonus on things, could we get some of them? Does she have some of the medicine already, so it would make it easier to hunt it down?
She says she doesn't have anything here. She's kind of been waiting for it so that she can get it. But if you were to stop by, like maybe one of the first aid dispensaries or a clinic somewhere in town, you might be able to find some other first aid and try to track it down.
All right.
With that said, I mean, you're going to be traveling over maybe 5 or 6 miles, and you've got good smell. I don't know if you're going to be able to pick out first aid from like 6
Okay,
miles
good
away.
point.
Yeah.
I'm a wolf person, not a bloodhound.
But it is a good idea. I mean, you're very welcome to do that if you'd like. So, yeah, it's about 11:30 in the morning. You have the rest of today and then all of tomorrow to get the supplies and bring them back here. 8 or 9 hours of travel each way. So you don't have a whole lot of time to kill. But you definitely have a little bit of time to swing by town, pick anything up if you need to real quick. So what's your plan?
I say we book it south.
I introduce myself. Hi, I'm Elise, a bard looking to travel and gather stories. Nice to meet you all.
I'm cognate.
Garrick kind of looks at him as, hi. He asks the lady at the docks if there's anyone like that we should be looking for who might have gone for help if the caravan broke down, like leading the caravan.
So she doesn't really know the contacts or the merchants that were supposed to be bringing the caravan. It usually goes through a third party. She knows like the person who runs the business, and she'll definitely have a stern word with him when she figures out why it was so late. But he's off in another town somewhere, and probably wouldn't actually be escorting the caravan. It'll probably be just some nameless employees of the company. She doesn't really have any direct contacts with them.
All right, then I agree that we should just book it south.
All right, is that what you folks want to do? Everyone going south?
Sounds like
Yeah,
a plan. Action is the best solution.
All right.
I could fly and keep an eye on the road from above.
Yeah, so as you're traveling, let's go ahead and establish a marching order. And I basically need to know who's going to be up front, who's going to be in the back, and if anybody wants to scout ahead, who's going to do that. So it sounds like...
Back,
Yeah.
please.
I can fly, so I should scout ahead.
Okay,
Then I'll be
who's...
in the front.
All right, Smurg up front.
Middle, I guess.
All right, so it actually takes a considerable amount of time to get out of the city. It's a very large city. But after about 35, 40 minutes, you've made your way out of the docks district and out the south gate. And as you step through, you're surrounded by farmland. The reaches of Rosa go for another, probably about another mile and a half in each direction before you hit the final wall, and then you are greeted by wilderness. So you make it through the farmland without any trouble, and then you start to hit the forest. And let me get a perception check from Isle. And to make a perception check, you're going to open up your character sheet.
I have perception
Right.
bonus, I think, too.
Awesome. Awesome. I think you might be right. Let me pop your sheet open real quick to double check. Let's see. You sure do. Okay, so under the skills tab of your sheet, you should see perception there. And right to the left of perception, there's a little die. If you click that, that will do your perception check, and we can see what you see.
Okay.
Okay,
Damn it, which tab was that on the character sheet?
that is under the skills tab of the character sheet.
Okay.
Alright, so the first couple of hours go pretty uneventfully. You do spot a small group of travelers they're coming out of the mouth of the forest towards you, basically. And you can tell from way up there, and Smurg also sort of notices, it looks like a woman and 4 or 5 children. They don't appear to be armed, but they're still pretty far off in the distance, maybe half a mile or so. How do you guys proceed?
I can land on the road ahead of them and wave at them.
Alright. They notice you land in front of them. They wave back. The children are sort of waving enthusiastically. They probably haven't seen an Aarakocra before, so this might be pretty interesting for them.
Okay.
So as you approach, do you let the guard or the group gather back up, or do you go off ahead?
I'm gonna wait up for the group.
All right, so you kind of wait up for the group to catch up, and about the time that they get to you, you meet up with this woman, and she's got 4 or 5 children. She looks very motherly. She is human. She looks like maybe she's in her late 40s. She's dressed in a cloak. Let's see. Let me get a perception check from all of you, actually. Okay, awesome. I sent a little bit of information to some of you. So as you approach, she introduces herself as Melina. She says that these are all her children. Well, not her real children. She's just a caretaker. They're all orphans, according to her. And as she's introducing herself, one of the kids, a little girl, she runs up to you, and she holds up this necklace made of blue beads, and she's got a handful of other necklaces in her other hand. And she asks if you'd like to buy a necklace. She's trying to raise money for the orphanage. She says it's 1 silver for a necklace.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I say, oh, what a cutie, and pull out 1 silver piece to give to her.
Okay.
Garrick kind
No.
of like is just waves the kid off and is like, not today, sorry.
All right. So the woman smiles as a few of you buy the necklaces. She gives you a sort of a silent, knowing nod, and she's like, "Thank you. I really appreciate it. These are tough times for all of us, but the orphans especially. They do what they can, but it's only based on the generosity of strangers that we're able to get by." All right. So you guys go on your way. She seems like she's done. She thanks you again, but unless you have anything else that you'd like to talk to her about, she continues on her way.
I will ask her if she's seen any caravans nearby.
Why? Is it traveling south from the city or traveling to the city from the south?
She is traveling from
She
the
would-
south to the city, yeah. She just came through the forest.
No, as in the caravan.
The caravan would be traveling the same direction as her. They'd be coming from south to the city, so they're traveling north.
Well, ask. Seen any
Yeah.
caravans passing through?
Yeah, I asked too.
She says she hasn't seen any today, but she just came from Roper's Run, and there's, usually a handful of caravans. She said she probably saw 2 or 3 yesterday, but she has no idea if it's the right one or not. There's enough trade along this road that she couldn't really identify any specific one, but yeah, she's seen a handful of caravans.
All right,
Well, let's
I
keep
thank her.
going.
Well, thank you for your help. Safe travels. Melise says as she presses another silver piece into the woman's palm.
All right, thank you very much. You have no idea how much I appreciate this. All right, so you continue on your way. You head into the forest. Let me get a... Are you still gonna... There's a little bit of tree cover. It might be slightly difficult to fly too high here. Do you want to get back in the air and try to scout from above the forest, or do you want to stay down with the party?
I can stay up in the air.
Okay, so you're going to kind of watch from above. And who's at the... That leaves... let's see, that'll be Smurg at the front of the party. Smurg, let me get a survival check from you. Okay, perfect. So yeah, this is a very well-traveled road. You have no difficulty following it. There's tracks from caravans most of the way through. There are a few places where it gets a little patchy and grassy, but the party makes its way south without any trouble. And then we get a perception check from Smurg and from Isle.
Also, I hum a cheery tune as we walk.
Okay, so Isle, it's really hard to see anything from above the tree cover, but Smurg, you actually do smell something. It smells like a fresh hunt. It smells like a recently killed animal. You get just a little bit of the taste of blood. It smells like it's coming from maybe 80 or 90 feet in front of you.
Is there anything as a hearing check?
Sure, yeah, go and roll me another perception, because you have advantage on hearing checks. And we'll take whichever one is better. Okay, awesome, yeah. You actually do hear a little bit of a light snarling from the same location as that food.
Okay, that's clearly an animal and not a hunter. We can't ask them about anything unless we want to die. Or at least get in a fight.
So how do you want to proceed?
Attempt to avoid snarling.
Okay, so it's coming from maybe 60, 70 feet in front of you. The forest is kind of thick here. You can't really see exactly where it's coming from, but you get the feeling it's farther down the path. So you can either branch off out into the woods, or you can try to proceed along the path very carefully, or you can just wait it out if you want.
Is there any skill that anybody has this party that would allow them to know what kind of predatory animals would be common in this area?
Absolutely. Let me get a nature check from anybody who thinks they might know something about this area. So it can be all of you if you want. Okay, so Isle does get a little bit of knowledge, but he is currently flying, so I'm going to whisper to him.
Wow, a 3. I have legendary skills.
Yeah, that'll work. So since you've got 2 successful rolls, Isle and Theish, that's Melise, right? So Isle and Melise, you both have a little bit of an understanding of this area. You figure that most of your traditional forest animals are going to be around here: bears, wolves, deer, that sort of thing. It's also sort of it's a slightly tropical climate, so you might occasionally get things that are a bit more obscure, like maybe a gator from time to time. Possibly the occasional parrot or bird of prey. But that's pretty much the normal fauna around here.
Well, if it's tropical, there probably won't be bears. It's most likely a gator, and a trident to the face would probably kill one of those.
You go first then. I'll watch.
So, Isle, you do notice that the party
Okay.
has kind of bulked a little bit. At this point, you're very welcome to join and see what they're up to if you want.
Okay, I'll get back down on the ground with him.
All right. So did somebody say they were going to... What are we doing?
let's move forward along the path slowly, but we're just gonna keep going down the path. Is what I say.
All right, cool. Let me get a stealth check from each of you.
I'm just gonna
Oh,
say
God.
that my face gets a little serious and I slink off to the side of the road.
Yeah. I failed that.
So if I'm proficient in it, do I get 2 rolls?
It's just the one, unless you have advantage. The proficiency just adds a flat bonus to it, which is already like built into the roll when you click it.
Ooh.
Okay, so Melise kind of steps off to the side. She seems to be waiting in the forest just a little bit to see what happens, which is pretty smart. Steps on a few twigs here and there, some cracking, some breaking, just because she's not incredibly familiar with the terrain, but does a decent job of at least getting off of the road. The rest of you proceed forward and try as much as IL might. He can't cover the sounds of everyone else behind him. There's a lot of rattling chainmail and other terrible loud noises. But when you round the corner, you spot a wolf over the carcass of a deer, just right off the side of the path. And it kind of glances up at you. It doesn't immediately attack or anything like that, but it does recognize your presence, gives a little bit of a snarl.
I growl at it in an attempt to intimidate it by my larger size, as I am, in fact, a larger wolf.
All right, awesome. Give me an intimidate check.
I also intimidate being, half dragon.
Woohoo.
All right, so both of you, you sort of raise your hands and yell and snarl back, trying to see if you can push this thing off. The wolf kind of looks up at you. He's almost sort of confused to get any sort of retaliation from these travelers, but he doesn't back down. He sort of stops eating. He's watching you very closely. His fur is on end. He's very agitated, but he's not coming towards you. He's not attacking just yet.
I make a few sudden moves forward, in an attempt to scare it off.
I just kind of keep back and wait, watching Smurg and...
Okay. Smurg, give me one more intimidation check, and then I'm going to have a thing.
Can't wait for this to be a 1. 21.
Okay. So yeah, your second attempt, he sort of backs off the path a little bit, and you can start to walk forward just a tiny bit, and you notice he's watching you very closely and snarling. Do you want to try to just walk past, or how do you want to handle it?
Let the others walk past while I'm constantly maintaining eye contact with the wolf. I will...
Yeah, I'll
I'll
sneak
follow
over
them.
on the other side of the road.
Yeah, I go around kind of watching the wolf to make sure he doesn't, flank or anything.
Can I make a perception check to see if there are any other animals nearby?
Absolutely. Throw me a perception check.
Why did I not think of that?
Okay. You don't notice anything immediately. The woods are very thick around here. You're not entirely sure if you'd be able to see anything.
Can I pull hearing check?
Yeah, for sure. You are almost certain that you hear at least one other thing farther behind that wolf, just rustling in the long grass. Okay. As you guys step past, this wolf is kind of eyeing you, but as soon as you get anywhere near the deer, he snarls and he doesn't want to give up on lunch that easily. So let's roll initiative. So to roll initiative, click on your own token. Oh, all right, I should probably bring you over to this page. That would help. Alright, so to roll initiative, click on your own token, and then there should be a button in the top left corner that says initiative, and it's going to ask for your bonus. Your bonus is whatever your dex modifier is. So,
Is it the red one? I I just have
So that'll be
I just
4 for Isle.
I have three oh, I have three colored circles. Is the red one? So I'm getting confused.
It should be
Oh,
all the way up in the very top left corner of the screen. Like, not attached to your token. It's like up by the arrow menu.
It's also on the character sheet.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, on the core stats page of the character sheet, there's an initiative button about the top middle-ish. All right, and then that's odd that it didn't. Okay, there we go. Cool.
Feck, which weapons do I currently have equipped, if any?
Okay, so while you're wandering out in the wilderness, I will assume that you have one of your weapons unbrandished or brandished already, and you can sort of just pick and choose whichever one you feel is most appropriate. If you're wandering through a city, it's assumed that your weapons are sheathed unless you say otherwise. But yes, for the purposes of this combat, you do all have weapons drawn already.
Okay, well, I suspect something like a trident would be better for fighting a wolf than a rapier.
Okay, sorry, bear with me for just a second. I'm trying to figure out how to do something.
Doing stuff and things, the
Stuff
bane
and
of my
things.
existence.
Stuff and things. Okay, there we go. I got it.
Stuff, things.
Alright, so it is initiative. At this point, you're not necessarily fighting. This thing is very aggressive towards you. He steps forward a little bit. He's guarding this carcass. Hasn't quite attacked just yet, but he's not looking too friendly. And Melise is up first.
Okay, well, it hasn't done anything yet. I assume we're heading towards the top of the map.
Yeah, you're heading north.
That makes
Okay.
no sense, though. I thought we were going after a caravan to the south.
You are. It's
Is the map
upside down.
upside down?
Map's upside down. We'll go with that. So on your turn, you can move up to your speed, which for most characters is going to be 30 feet, which is 6 spaces. And then you get one action, which is usually going to be an attack. And there actually is a combat reference in the info under game rules, which shows all of the things that you can do on your turn. But generally, just tell me what you want to do, and I'll help you figure out how to do it. So it looks like, Melise, you're stepping out onto the road a bit. What do you want to do from here?
I'm going to ready in action to hit anything that comes near me.
All
It's
right.
not one of the other players.
All right, perfect. Smurg, you're up.
Charge right for the fucking wolf and stab it in the neck.
All right, a man of action. So you move 1, 2, 3. That means you got 3 movement left after this. All right, give me an attack roll. So to do that, just go to your character page, go to the weapons tab, and hit the attack button next to whichever weapon you want to use. Oh, man, how about that? Right off the bat, a critical hit.
Normally, critical hits hate me no matter the game.
All right,
I mean, I appreciate the perk in Wasteland 2 that where you can't actually do any crits, you just do double damage when you get critted.
so you absolutely lay into this thing. You're going to show this wolf who's boss. And it yelps and it rears back a little bit. It is still going, but it is bloody. It's limping. You hit it right in the eye. You can barely see out of its other eye. It is not having a good day. All right, anything else you want to do on your turn?
I'd rather just take the blows. Chances are I'm the toughest in the party.
All right. Isle, you're up next.
Okay, tell me, how does flying work in combat?
Okay, so you can switch between flying and on the ground at any time that you want. And when you do, you simply switch to your new speed value. So you can move up to 50 feet instead of 25 feet. Here in the forest, it might be a little hard to fly in the heavily wooded areas, but you're definitely there's enough headroom to fly around a bit on the main road because there's like a canopy, like an arch where the trees have been beat back.
Okay.
Now I'm just stuck on the fact that somebody named Cheeky has entered, and now I'm just thinking of stalker jokes. Hey, Cheeky Breaky of damn good.
Okay, I think I'll walk uh, kind of north of the wolf and get ready to shoot it with my bow.
All right, you could. I think you can actually move your own token. Everybody should be able to move their own token, so I'll let you guys take care of that from here on out.
Yep, I can.
And now I'm gonna shoot it.
All right, go for it. Weapons tab under the character panel or character sheet.
Go for the torso. It's an easier shot.
Awesome. So yeah, you fire an arrow straight into this thing. Goes basically in one side of the rib cage and out the other. Pins the tree behind it, covered in blood, and this guy just falls limp. No more dinner for him. Doing anything else with your turn?
Can I make a perception check to see if there's anything else around?
Sure. You definitely hear rustling coming from the right here. You can't really make out where, but you hear rustling, and it's picking up.
Can I call out to the rustling sound?
Yeah, you're allowed to talk pretty freely in combat. You don't really get a response.
Can I move still?
Yeah, you can move whatever movement you had remaining. So I'm trying to remember. You moved about 4 spaces.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna back up a little bit.
All right.
And I wanna ready an attack if anything comes out of there.
Gotcha. Ready. You basically have to choose to either attack or ready on your turn, so you can't do an attack and ready on the same turn.
Ah.
But you are you will be like standing at the ready, like you're still in combat. You're aware. You've got your weapons drawn.
Okay.
All right, and then Garrick.
I'm gonna also make a perception.
So you don't really see much at all. It's very shrouded. I mean, you're aware that there's more out there just because the other party members seem to be looking in that direction, but you don't notice anything unusual.
It's very shrouded.
Very, very shrouded.
Sounded like you said shrouded.
I very well may have.
As if like the forest is suddenly there's like this dense fog of fish.
It's so shrouded.
Since everyone's kind of reacting, I ready attack, but I don't move. I keep my position.
Okay, cool. So click and hold wherever on the map you want to be aiming that attack. Because when you click and hold, it kind of pings the map so I can tell where you're going to be aiming. Okay, awesome. Good, good, good. All right, so let me double check. All right, so sure enough, you hear rustling in the grass as a bunch more of these things start to pour out of the woods. They don't quite make it to you in this turn, though, so it is back to you folks.
There's clearly something that's not a wolf to the... Well, the map's upside down, so that make it the west of me. So for now, I'll do... I'm an idiot.
It's all good. So yeah, Melise, you're up first. It looked like you moved a bit. You want to do anything else?
1 sec.
Yep.
Oh, feck. Should I remove an arrow from my inventory?
Yeah, you can also, if you have a green bar above your character, that's usually going to be linked to your ammo. So you can just click on the green bubble and type -1, and it'll automatically check it for you.
Gotcha.
I wish there was a way to just make this whole thing full screen.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Be a bit less UI clutter that way.
Or even just get rid of the icons on the screen.
Yeah. So what are we doing?
I think we're waiting on Melise.
Sorry, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Minor Illusion
Okay.
on that square,
All right.
creating a copy of Smirk's character.
All right.
Can said copy actually do anything?
It cannot, and it actually is static too. It might be enough to possibly fool somebody who wasn't paying attention, but it will be very easy to discern as an illusion if these things check it. All right. Anything else?
That'll be all.
All right. Smurg, what you doing?
What does readying an attack do? Is it really just like a D&D equivalent of like in basically the ambush of Wasteland or the Overwatch of XCOM?
Yeah. So basically,
Basically, if an enemy comes into range, you attack them.
right, it can be any reaction that you want. It basically says instead of taking my action, I'm going to delay it and do it as my reaction instead. And you set up some sort of terms like when this wolf gets in range, I'm going to hit it, or if something comes through the door, I'm going to shoot at it. And then whenever that trigger fires, you do your thing.
Oh, if it comes to the door, I'm going to shoot at it. That is never going to end well.
Oh no, of course not. But I have to give bad examples too, obviously.
Yeah. I don't want to go charging off of the path because, well, I can already see there's a wolf and then another wolf. But there could be like 3 more, for all we know. So I think I'll just ready an attack just for any wolf that gets near me.
All right, so if a wolf gets in melee range, you're going to attack it. Dig it. Oh, jeez. Okay, cool. Isle, you're up.
If I take flight, can enemies on the ground melee attack me?
They cannot.
Right, in that case I'm going to take flight, stay where I am, and shoot at the upper wolf, the closest one.
All right,
Get
perfect.
back down here, you bitch.
Man, you are on fire today. So you sink another arrow straight into this wolf directly in front of you, hit it right between the shoulders. This thing lets out a howl, and it is not feeling good. It's kind of twitching, but it is still standing, just barely.
Nice.
All right, anything else?
I'm gonna move away a little bit. There, I'm done.
All right. Garrick, you're up.
Alright. since I saw like the wolves kind of come into view, I'm gonna move a little bit. And now I'm just gonna ready an attack just in case more show up, but I think these guys have had like pretty handled.
All right, cool. So if anything gets in melee range, you will attack it. Okay, so this one is very upset at how much damage he just took. And he's even more upset by the fact that he can't get to Isle. But he does run over here in his frustration, kind of nabs at this thing, but he saw it go up and he did succeed his int check. So he kind of runs straight through it and takes a jab at Smurg. But I believe Smurg has a ready, so you get to strike first.
Well, then I'll just go straight for its face.
Oh man, okay. You make quick work of this guy. You
I
basically
basically
skewer him.
eternally decapitate it.
Oh yeah, straight off with his head, and you just flip the body over your shoulder.
Well, that just seems a bit silly.
As that one is attacking, though, you get flanked by this one. He sort of lunges out as you're busy unforking the other wolf, and he strikes.
Anything I need to roll in that case?
Okay, what is your armor class? On the core stats page, you should have armor over on the rightish.
It's chainmail. Is there anything
Let's see, there should be a number. Let me figure out exactly where it is.
Is it base AC or something like that?
Yeah. Armor class, you want AC with worn armor. It's on the core stats page way over here. So it looks like 16 for you. See, it's right next to the initiative button.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
I
Awesome.
need to learn how menus work.
It's okay. We're all learning. We're all figuring this out. Okay, so this thing takes a jab at you as you're distracted with the other wolf, but it just plinks right off your armor. It basically grabs right at your shoulder and tears a little bit into the chainmail, but it doesn't do any real damage. You are able to sort of just shrug it off.
Okay. Then.
All right, this wolf runs straight past. Garrick, you ready for
I
this
knew
one?
you being silent was bad.
So, Garrick, you do get to take a swing at this thing as it runs past you.
All right.
It's a character sheet. What? Okay, you got it.
Okay, so you do your best to swipe at this thing as it runs by you, but it sort of nimbly dodges your blow. It kind of jumps straight over it as you sink forward, and it just leaps onto Cognate.
I shout sorry.
Ow.
And also, because it is a wolf, it has pack tactics, which means it has advantage because it has a friendly who is also attacking you. So let's see how this goes. Ooh, that's nasty. So this one finally sinks in. It sort of goes right below where the other one was trying to grab your shoulder, nips you right in the side, and manages to sink a few teeth through your chainmail. So you take 8 damage, and also I'm going to need a strength save from you.
Ouch.
So,
Strength save from who?
from you, or from Smirk, yeah. So to do a saving throw, it's on your core stats page. There's just a save button next to each one of your stats.
It's a strength save.
Yep. Okay, so this thing grabs onto your side, and you can tell that it's just tugging at you, trying to pull you to the ground, but you manage to shake it off before it can do that. It does get a good chunk at you, though. You're starting to bleed a little bit from your side. You took 8 damage.
I would have if I could have, what I would have done was basically jumped just to the side of it, so I would basically crush it with my own weight. Basically body slamming a wolf.
Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly, man. It's funny. We played a short game, and somebody tried to body slam a tiger. It did not go well.
That
Well,
sounds
of course
amazing.
it won't. That sounds amazing if you have a strength of like 11 bajillion.
Oh no, it was a ranger who had like it was very well hidden, was landing shots with a bow, and he's like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna run in and I'm gonna body slam this tiger, and they got a total party kill
Something,
because of it.
Oh, geez.
something tells me that's not how you are do ranger good.
Oh no, that is not good rangering. All right, so to change your health, oh that's weird. I'm trying to figure out why your health bar is not linked up. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's odd. I wonder why that wasn't working.
Oh shit, that hurt.
That did hurt. That hurt quite a bit. But fortunately, as far as you can tell, it
Her
is
turn's
Melissa's
over.
turn.
Strike true, friend. I'm gonna use Bardic Inspiration on.
Just killing things is much
her.
more useful than words.
So Bardic Inspiration, who are you giving it to?
Smirk.
All right, Smurg, you have Bardic Inspiration. Is that a 1d4 or 1d6? I forget.
D6.
D6. Okay, so the next time that you roll a D20, Smurg, after you see the roll, if you feel like it, you can roll a D6 and add that number to it. So it might be enough to make a miss become a hit, or a skill check succeed, or something like that. All right.
Alright.
Doing anything else, Melise?
I think that's all I can do right now.
All right. Before you get too carried away, Smurg,
What? Are there more wolves?
not just any wolf.
Oh well, fucking course.
Oh, man.
So you notice this hulking monstrosity of fur just lumber out of the woods, and he is very, very pissed, especially once he sees a couple of dead wolves there. Doesn't quite make it to you though, so you got that going for you. So
I
now you're up.
suggest we get the fuck out of here. I think best course of action is a attempt to nail one of the wolves in the face with a trident, and then just book it.
All right. Which one are you attacking?
Actually, that was incredibly out of character. Sorry. Um, I think, but I will attack the one closer to Garrick.
All right. Hit me with an attack roll. Oh man. Okay, so I'm assuming you don't want to use Bardic Inspiration on that yet. You just
Yeah.
lay into this thing, pierce it straight through the side, and it just flails and drops. You smothered this thing. All right, now, as you run away from this wolf, it does get an attack of opportunity on you, which means it's going to take a swipe.
Ah, shit.
The way to get around that is to disengage before you move away, but disengaging does take your action, which means you can't do it on the same turn as attacking. So if you want, because you didn't know that rule, you can stay there if you'd like, or you can try to run away. Totally your call.
Is there a decent chance of the wolf getting a killing hit on me?
It's possible. Now, I should explain death real quick. When you drop to 0 health points, you don't just die immediately. You basically get knocked out, and then you're kind of fighting for your life while you sort of bleed out. And your friendly can come by and try to wake you up, or you might just wake up on your own if you're really lucky. Or if something comes along and tries to finish you off, then you're like dead, dead, dead. So I guess it's sort of your call. You could very well get knocked out if you stay there, but you could also get knocked out if you just like run away. So
Well, I'm a really well. Seeing as how high my strength is, I'm probably a pretty tough bastard. So I guess I'll just I'll take the risk.
all right, so as you run away, this wolf takes a swipe at you. All right, and what was your armor class again?
16 AC.
Okay, so this thing does manage to sort of grab you by the ankle as you're turning to run, and it does 7 damage, which I believe leaves you at yes.
-2.
Okay, so it goes to 0. There is no negative health. So you are sort of knocked out. You're prone. You're unconscious. You're kind of just limp on the ground right here as this thing is starting to shake at your leg, tear off a piece.
Can somebody please kill that?
All right, that makes it Isle's turn. So now, for the rest of you, as an action, you can run up to a friendly and try to stabilize them. It won't necessarily give them any health back, but it will make it so that they don't just bleed out on the battlefield. Unless they get attacked again, it's really hard to tell.
Can I fly over to Smirk's character and carry him away?
Sure, the wolf is going to kind of fight you for it, but I will let you do a contested strength check. So yeah, go ahead and walk over. That's 3 spaces, and then give me a strength roll.
A strength save roll?
Just a regular strength check. I believe under your skills there should be like unskilled strength roll or something like that.
Okay.
Okay, this wolf is he's not letting you go that easily. So yeah, you are not able to get a hold of him, and you've used your action. So what would you like to do?
Oh, god damn it.
What can I do?
At this point, there's not a
Take
lot
few
left.
blows for me.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot left that you can do since you used your action to try to wrangle Smurg free. But you do still have some movement left if you want.
I'm gonna fly over this way.
All right, cool. Garrick, what you doing?
Oh boy. Let me see.
Did somebody kill this goddamn wolf?
I moved to flank the wolf that's got Smurg down.
Okay.
In fact, one of the wolves just looked like it. Well,
Yeah.
still eating them.
Yeah, I'm just getting rid of the bodies so that we can see things a little more clearly.
Do I get any kind of bonus for flanking?
We won't be playing with flanking rules. We are going to be playing. I mean, obviously, you will get your sneak attack bonus most of the time, but sneak attack doesn't work while Smurg is unconscious, unfortunately.
Okay.
It makes sense if all these tokens had little arrows on them so you can know which way something was facing.
Yeah, facing rules are kind of optional. In 5e, it's assumed that it's sort of just looking all around it. It's trying to stay alert.
Alright, I'm gonna attack this thing.
All right, which one?
The one that got him while he was running.
All right, cool. All right. So yeah, it notices you running up to it, and it is able to sidestep it as you swing forward.
God damn it.
There's no luck today. Smurg's getting all the good rolls, and Isle.
I got all the good rolls.
You got them all for a second. All right. Let's see. That makes it Melissa's turn, unless you want to do anything else.
What's the point of armor if it can't block a wolf bite?
I've got 3 moves left, so I'm gonna get out of there.
Okay, just be aware that it will get an opportunity attack if you leave its melee range.
Oh yeah.
Don't.
Yeah, then I'll just stay.
All right. Melissa, you're up.
Help.
I reach down to pat the side of his face. Now's not the time to be sleeping.
I'm not, you idiot. I'm bleeding.
All right, awesome. Smurg, you come back up with 4 health.
Thank you for being useful.
All right, anything else?
Oh yeah, I can move still.
Probably ought to get back. I mean, you're the one who can heal. Don't want you dying of all of us. That doesn't mean make me a shield.
totally means make you a shield.
Obviously, make him a shield.
God damn it.
All right. So, things are about to get hairy. Also, I can't figure out why it keeps making this 30.
Hey.
There it goes. Now it finally stayed. All right. Direwolf is not happy. He's super grumpy. He's so grumpy he's gonna lash out and bite Garrick. And again, like his little wolf brethren, he does get advantage because he has a friendly next to you. So this could be nasty. Oh, that's not just nasty. That is super nasty. So let me roll. Let's see. It's another 2d6 plus 3. Or yeah, 2d6. Oh, jeez. So yeah, you take 14 damage.
Ouch.
Good lord.
Oh man.
You're actually very fortunate to not just be instantly dead at this point, but you are still alive, just barely. There's blood gurgling from your throat. You're not looking too hot.
Fuck.
And as he lunges, he sort of repositions just a tiny bit, and that makes it Smurg's turn.
I'll go for the smaller wolf to
Do
get
they
rid
get
of it.
a attack? Garrick.
As long as it remains in melee range, there's no opportunity attack.
I'll go for the smaller wolf to get rid of any potential pack bonuses.
All
The
right.
rest of you kill the dire wolf.
That's a wise decision. Very nice. You sink into this thing, and you just tear straight at its throat. It coughs up some blood. It is not looking healthy.
Well, if you don't have a throat, you can't exactly bite very well, so we might as well just let it bleed out.
All right. Anything else?
Okay, so what does
You can still move a little if you want, but again, you might trigger opportunity attacks, or you can chill out there. You can reposition a bit. Totally up to you.
well, there's like I tore its throat out. There's basically a 50% chance that the wolf is going to bleed out before it can attack me. I swear if it doesn't, I'm going to kill something. Or I'm going to be killed. I don't know which.
Possibly. It is like still fighting. It's I mean, it'll probably eventually die on its own unless it gets treated.
Dead!
But yeah, it's still got some fight in it.
Declare Austin Powers. Why won't you die?
All right, doing anything else? Or is that it for you, Smurg?
I don't want it getting in. I don't want it getting an opportunity to attack in. I'm just gonna end it here.
All right, cool. Isle, you're up.
Right. Well, having a
Disregard
tug of
Garrick,
war.
kill the dire wolf.
Having a tug of war with a wolf didn't work out great last time, so what do you guys think I should do? Should I stabilize Garrick or try to shoot one of the wolves?
Shoot.
Kill
Shoot
the
her.
dire wolf.
Shoot!
Shoot
Okay.
Shoot her!
Shoot her!
Little wolf or a big wolf?
The big
Little wolf's
one.
dead.
Big.
No, the little wolf's basically probably going to die towards throat out.
It's definitely going to die like in time, but it is still like up and fighting. It's not going to like bleed out in the next 6 seconds.
Oh, well, screw you.
Well, in that case, I'll take a shot at the big wolf.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, nice. Okay, so you basically line a shot straight between his eyes, and this thing is now a unicorn with an arrow sticking out of its forehead. It did.
Majestic.
It's a very beautiful creature. With that said, it is still up and going, and now it is very, very grumpy.
Well, hey, at least you distracted it from the almost corpse.
All right, anything else?
I'm going to fly off to the side and yell at the wolf to follow me.
All right.
Make sure you want to make sure you're on the ground though, because it won't go for what's in the air.
Right, I'm gonna fly Where
Oh.
and land.
All right. Let's see. Okay, cool. Little wolf. So this thing is just limping along. It actually turns to run. It is not having a good day. And Smurg, you do get your opportunity attack as it turns and runs.
Woohoo!
Alright, try as you might, you're not able to catch it. It's too slippery. This thing wants to live, so it just books it. It keeps running.
Yeah, it's gonna die anyway.
Alright, Melise.
Kill it to death, please. Kill the direwolf first.
Bend down to pat Garrick on the head and heal him.
Alright, Garrick. You feel this warm rush flow through your body. Vision springs back into your mind, and you pop up with 4 health.
Oh, thank God.
Alright. So Isle did a great job of pissing off that direwolf, and it's pretty grumpy. It's gonna chase him down. It sort of lashes as he starts to fly away, but misses. But then when you land, he's booking it your way. Garrick, you do get a shot as it leaves your melee range.
Oh, I didn't account for that. That's actually a good thing. Rescind my previous comments about going for the wolf only. Healing it was a good idea.
Oh my goodness, the dice
Never
hate
mind.
you today. The dice really don't like you today. All right,
No.
so try as you might, you just can't seem to get a hit on these wolves, and this one especially is very nimble. It just like dodges. It's aware. It's a little mad, but it is still aware that there's dangerous beasties all around it. So this thing sinks into Isle when it catches up, or at least it tries to. Let's find out.
I'll be merciful.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
On the bright side, there are no pack tactics going on, so it just gets its first roll. Oh, that's still a good hit though. So this thing does a good chunk of damage, 6 health to you, and then I need a
It's not a
strength
killing
save.
blow, though.
Okay, so as you land, this thing just pounces, rips right into your chest, and it basically pins you to the ground. You are now prone. It takes half of your movement speed to get up from being prone, and while you're prone, anything that attacks you in melee range has advantage, so you're in sort of a pickle right now. But fortunately, it is Smurg's turn.
Do I have enough movement to get to the direwolf?
Yeah, you have 30 movement. So basically, if you want to measure your movement, you can pick up your token, and then as you're moving it, you can tap space. And that'll show you how far you've traveled.
Or does that actually take up the 3 hexagons?
Say what?
Never mind.
Okay. There you go. Okay, so cool. You've got 10 feet of movement left after this. You run up to this thing. All right, let me double check. All right, you are furious and you're trying to help your friend. But as you jab into this thing, the wolf kind of just like shrugs it off of his forearm. You kind of catch like right between the spikes of your trident, and you twist a little, and he's it's a little uncomfortable, but it certainly didn't do any sort of meaningful damage to him.
God damn it.
All right, Isla, you're up.
Okay, can I use my bow in close quarters?
You can, but anytime you have an enemy within 5 feet of you, all ranged attacks are made at disadvantage, which means you're going to roll twice and take whichever one is worse. so you're more likely to miss.
Well, it's either that or have him attack at me while I try to run away.
You
Yep.
can disengage though to like break combat without getting the attack.
Right. Instead of making
We
an
need to
attack,
kill it, though.
you are
We need to
allowed to
kill it.
disengage, which lets you run away without triggering an opportunity attack. But yeah, that would replace your attack, so it's totally up to you.
Attack it.
Can I make a perception check to see how it's doing?
Give me an insight check. Or actually, sorry, give me a nature check.
Damn.
As far as you can tell, this thing, I mean, it's a little beat up, but it's seen much worse. It's a wolf. It's used to this shit.
Just attack it. Damn it.
Well, despite my better judgment, I'm going to attack.
Okay, so you try to take a shot at this thing, but as you do, it basically swipes a paw and just knocks the arrow off to the side. It gets lost in the woods somewhere.
Holy shit, is this wolf fucking Neo or something?
Alright, anything else?
One.
I could try to move away, but that would not end well.
Yeah, if you try to move away, it will get the opportunity attack. Totally up to you.
So I think I'll stay and
Alright.
pray a little bit.
Alright. Garrick, what you doing?
Can I try to
Telling
get a
nobody.
sneak attack on this guy?
Actually, yes, this will, and I can't believe this is the first time this is happening. You will get sneak attack anytime that you have a friendly next to your target. So since Smurg and Isle are already fighting it, you get your sneak attack for free, pretty much.
Awesome.
Does that mean they get 2 attacks?
It means
Well,
you'll
you
get an
said
extra
for free.
1d6. I think at level 1 it's 1d6 extra damage.
Wait, I forgot I had Bard's Inspiration. Why didn't I use that?
This is assuming you hit, which might be an assumption. We'll find out if the dice are better to you. Oh my god.
And they are.
The dice are not just better, they are much, much better to you. You just tear
They
into
are
this thing.
practical-
You are furious about all those misses you had earlier, and you are not going to let that happen again. You shove this thing straight into its chest, and it just yelps and screams and looks at you. It is not a happy camper.
To quote Jontron, I ain't having that shit.
Blood just starts to gush out of the side of this thing. It is not happy, but it is still up and fighting.
Well, at least I'm wearing red.
All right.
Yeah, at this point I'm like screaming and like just so angry.
Oh yeah, this has been rough. This has been rough. These wolves are putting up some shit. Let's see. This wolf is just still running. It does not want any part of this. It is not very good at pack tactics. All right, Melise.
I'll move up to the wolf between these two and give it a stab.
Alright, so you run in, but this thing, it's already sort of looking that way because of Garrick, and it's able to dodge out of the way as you try to sink your dagger or your
So I
ripper
don't.
into
Do
it.
I not get any? What does 5e have for flanking bonuses?
Uh,
Anything?
Yeah, it doesn't really have anything by default. There are some optional rules for it, but I want to get used to like regular rules before I bring in optional flanking rules.
Okay.
Yep.
But it's clearly this is bugging me so much more than it is that it's facing, like, it's pounced on Isle. We are basically all attacking its rib cage.
Yeah,
How is this not murdering it?
it's a big thing. This thing is kind of a monster. This thing is like
Elephants are big things and you can stab them to death.
that's true, but it does take a little while. This is about the size of like a small car, maybe even like a regular car. This is a big fucking wolf. And it is also a big fucking angry wolf who apparently is getting 15 extra initiative every turn for some reason that I can't figure out, but that's fine. Alright, so this thing is really, really mad at Garrick. It does not like
It's
this
so
pointy
angry
thing in
it's
its
wrecking
side,
the game.
and it is gonna lash out real quick.
Well, it was nice knowing you. It can't help it. Why did I make a character that's supposed to be really serious and not snarky when I'm incredibly not serious and never not snarky.
It's okay. That's what out of character is for. All right, so this thing, it lashes back at Garrick, twists basically the rapier out of her arm, or his arm, and pins him to the ground, and he is unconscious.
Fuck.
All right, Smurg, what you doing?
Bard's inspiration first.
You
Do
can't.
it after you roll.
Yeah, you are allowed to roll first and decide afterwards. But it's before I tell you whether it's a hit or a miss, so you're not entirely sure. Okay, do you want to use it?
I'm going to use it anyway because I'm not risking anything.
All right, so go ahead and roll me a 1d6 and add it to 22.
Is that just rolling miscellaneous dice, like from the menu on the top left?
Oh yeah, okay, so you can either do that or you can just type this. Awesome. So yeah, you lay into this thing. You hit it very solidly, right in its left flank, and it's limping. It's not got much left in it.
To quote the Doom guy, "Rip and tear."
All right, Isle.
Okay, how does changing weapons in combat work?
Okay, so in combat, you are allowed to put away one item or take out one item for free. There are feats that you can pick up later on that let you swap more things in and out per turn, but by default, it's put one thing away or take one thing out.
Does dropping a weapon count as a freebie?
Dropping a weapon is totally free, so you are allowed to drop that thing for free and unsheath a new weapon if you want. Yep.
In that case, I'll drop my bow and take out my mace,
All right, perfect.
and take a swing at the wolf. God damn it.
Oh, okay, cool. So this is our first critical fumble of the game. I'm going to need you to roll me a d6. All right, and now I need a strength saving throw. So give me a strength saving throw.
Yeah, this is top of the line failure.
Oh my goodness. Okay, just barely. So, yeah, as you're swinging at this thing, you're still jittery from dropping the bow. You're kind of fumbling over yourself, and the mace just goes flying off in a random direction. Let's find out.
I think that's at Maz by now.
So now you have your bow on the ground to your right, and your mace is on the ground about 10 feet to the left of you.
This is embarrassing.
Oh man.
All right, Garrick, I need a death saving throw, and to do that, you just roll 1d20, and you're hoping for a 10 or higher. Oh my god.
Nice.
So, in a rare show,
Yes.
you actually do come back up with 1 health. So not only are you stable, but you are like up and fighting. That is still your whole
Became
turn.
Magical Jesus powers.
Temporary magical Jesus powers. So you don't. That is at the end of your turn, so you don't get to do anything. But you're alive and healthy. All right, Melise.
Then the direwolf explodes.
Dirty beast.
Okay, awesome. That finally sinks. You basically shove this thing straight into its chest. It is howling and limping, and it's still going to try to swipe 1 or 2 more times, but it is not looking good. He knows that this is pretty much the end. In a feat of desperation, he lashes out at Melise. What's your armor class?
15.
Nice. All right, so you've got this thing pinned. It just doesn't have the strength left in him. You sort of just swat his paw to the side. Smurg, you're up.
He is. Okay, so he can block dire wolves, but I can't block normal wolves. This makes sense.
To be fair, he's at a good spot. He's all surrounded. He's bleeding out. He's not looking too hot.
Oh yeah, now the bleeding out matters.
Time to find out who gets the finishing blow. Smirg, you're up. That is, oh god. All right, your turn. Roll me a d6. Same deal. Strength,
Oh my fucking God.
strength saving throw. You're looking for a 14. Okay, very nice. So you just barely managed to hold on to your weapon. You get a little overzealous. You're trying to show off a bit, and you miss and almost lose control of your weapon, but you manage to grab it at the last second. All right, Isle. So picking up an item is it's an item interaction. You get one for free, so you can move and pick up one of those items if you want. Or
I
you-
still have a staff. I can do it.
All right, perfect. Let's see if you get rid of that staff too.
Shove it down its throat.
Okay, can I use it in both hands?
Yeah, absolutely, and that means you'll get the versatile damage. Let me double check, but I think that's good. Absolutely. So, flustered and nearly weaponless, you grab this staff and you just shove it straight into his ribcage, and you hear cracking and groaning, and he lets out one last howl and sort of just slumps to the ground.
Huzzah!
Woo!
All right, so
I'm not dead.
Let me
And
get-
none of us are dead. This
Yeah.
is basically the best outcome.
yeah, let me get perception checks from each of you before we take off initiative. Okay, you guys don't know where that last wolf went, but you don't hear it.
It
You're
doesn't
able to.
matter. It's gonna bleed to death.
Yeah, it's probably not looking too hot. You kind of get the feeling it's just gone. So we'll go and turn off initiative. Everybody is picking up weapons. You can recover half of the ammo that you spent, rounded up. So if you used any arrows, you can get half of those back, rounded up. And then what are you gonna do? You're about 2 or 3 hours from Roper's Way at this point.
I wipe my rapier off on its fur.
All right.
Clean the blood off before sheathing it.
Do direwolves drop anything useful? Is their hide is it useful for anything?
You could try to carve the hide off if you wanted.
I'm not skilled in that. I was just
I'm
asking.
I'm the ranger, so I could try to tan the hide.
Sure. Yeah, if you'd like to do that, give me a nature check, and you can have it, or actually give me a medicine check, but you can have it at advantage since it's an animal and you're a ranger. Okay, so yeah, you're able to grab maybe 3 pounds of hide, and you sort of stuff it in your pack. It's a little bloody, but you figure you'll make do.
If I have the highest strength, shouldn't I carry it? Wouldn't that just make more sense?
That's between you. I don't know if he trusts you.
You can have the hide.
Kind of hard to, steal a bunch of direwolf hide. It's pretty not easy to hide. Oh god, I just punned. Kill me.
You can't hide that hide. All right.
Can I try to get some like meat off of it, or
Sure. Yeah. Just give me a unskilled dexterity check.
Where would that be?
So on your skills page, down near the bottom, like below all of your normal skills like perception and athletics and stuff, there should be an unskilled section for one for each stat.
I'm gonna grab some leaves from a nearby tree and wipe all the blood off me.
All right. Okay, cool.
Actually, never mind. I'll just cast prestidigitation and clean myself.
There you go. Not bad. So yeah, Solar, how much you want to carry? Like how much are you going to try to get?
Like a ration's worth, basically.
Okay, cool. You carve off about 2 pounds of raw wolf meat.
Could Melise heal Garrick? I mean, he's kind of
I'm all out.
almost dead. Oh,
Okay, so at this point, you have a couple options. You can either just keep marching to town, you're about 2 hours away, or if you want to, you can try to take a rest. So there's two kinds of rests. There's a short rest, which takes an hour, and you'll get to recover a little bit of your health. Or there's a long rest, which is 8 hours, and you'll get all of your health back, and you'll be able to get one of your hit dice back, which will let future short rests be better. So I guess what I'm trying to say is if you want to take a short rest, and if you think this is a safe place to do it,
this is not safe at all. We saw the wolf limping away. I think it's going to bleed to death, but we have no idea whether it's actually going to or not.
all right? So you guys can talk it out amongst yourselves and decide if
We
you want to
should-
rest or move on.
We should
Do
move
any of
for.
do any of us have any sort of healing item?
I do not. We should move for a half hour and let the bodies pull in any other predators before taking a rest.
I agree.
Good point.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm just gonna assume we're all maintaining the same marching orders, unless you say otherwise. Let me get perception from Smurg and Isle.
Yeah.
All right, Smurg. You'd notice a handful of things wrestling off to the side, but it appears to be mostly smaller creatures. Nothing that poses any significant threat. You travel about 30, maybe 40 minutes. Still wooded area, but it's getting a little bit lighter. It's not quite as dense as it was. You're about an hour and 20, 30 minutes from Roper's Way.
All right.
You guys want to do the short rest?
I would like to do a short rest. Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
same.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so you guys, you sort of pull off to the side. You set up camp a little bit. I mean, you're not like pulling out tents or anything, but you just, eat and drink, have yourself a quick little rest. So if you want, everything goes smoothly. The plan works pretty well. There aren't any significant predators that show up. So the rest goes smoothly. And you can go to your character sheet, and on the core stats page, the first page, there is a button near the bottom rightish called Use Hit Die, I believe. Let me double check that. Yeah, on the right side, there's a hit die with a use button next to it. So if you'd like to use your hit die to recover some health, just click that use button, and we'll find out how much you get. All right, very nice. Go ahead and tick the current number down to 0 to show that you've used your hit die, and then add that much health back to your health.
1d10. I got 12.
Yeah, it's 1d10 plus your constitution, so you get that con bonus. I believe that puts all of you at full. I could be wrong.
Well, I'm at full.
Awesome. So yeah, about an hour passes. You guys take a little time to bandage up, cure your wounds, grab a drink. You're about an hour and 25 minutes from
We don't
Roper's
have
Way.
any bandages.
You make do. Little scraps of cloth or something.
Okay.
So what would you like to do? The time is about, it's maybe 6:30, 7 o'clock in the evening.
I say we press on.
Yeah, let's keep going to town.
All right. Let me get perception checks from Islandsburg.
Perception checks love me. I love perception checks, and perception checks love me.
I am really
Can you
bad
go
at
up smart?
perception checks.
All right, so things start to look a lot better. The woods thin out. You eventually get to some grasslands, and then as you start to approach, you see a wooden wall. It's a small village, not nearly as big as the city you just came from, but they've probably at least got most of the minor amenities. There's probably a tavern, an inn, blacksmith, all the
You
basics.
mean major amenities?
So as you approach, the guards hail you. They look you over. They notice you're a little bloodied, although you're mostly cleaned up thanks to prestidigitation. And they say, "Ho, travelers, what can we do for you?"
We're searching for a caravan that says it was supposed to report a few days ago to, well, the port.
Caravan. Yeah, we get lots of those. I can't remember the last time one left though. Must have been heading northwest. You might ask around in the tavern though.
What? Who wants to do that? I would rather do that.
I think
Yeah.
my character really wants a drink right about now.
I'm
Yeah.
going to slink off to use my to find my contact.
All right, awesome. Okay, give me a short break, and then we will have tavern talk. Be right back.
Me too. BRB.
I'm gonna go powder my nose. BRB.
Don't do drugs.
Same. BRB.
Back.
Me too. Who else here?
Same here.
All right, I think we're still missing one or two, but so you guys make your way over to the tavern. Elise sort of scuttles off to the side to find a contact. So you walk into the tavern. It's sort of a bustling little thing. It's a quiet town here. Looks like it's mostly a farming and timber village. Maybe a little bit of mining, but they're simple folks. Mostly workers, lower class. You notice a temple off to the side as you walk in, but it's pretty much just a small farming village. So the barkeep is sitting up at the bar, handling patrons. Everybody is pretty much just wrapped up their work day. It's very busy. Everybody's eating and drinking and having a good time.
Is there anybody there that stands out?
Back.
Nobody really stands out in particular. It's all pretty simple common folk. Honestly, the most interesting person in the bar is probably the bartender. He's a short, fat white dude. He's got weird mutton chops and a balding head. He's laughing, and people seem to like him. He seems very friendly and approachable.
Garrick goes up to him.
Hey, friend, what can I do for you?
Looking for a caravan carrying some medicine and other stuff.
Oh, yeah, we get a lot of those. Heading to Rosa, I assume? It's a big city, lots of trade. Well,
Yeah, this one didn't come in.
Well, I don't think I've seen any that pass through here and don't pass out the next morning. You might ask the stable masters. They tend to the horses a lot more than I do. I generally just tend to the people here. I've seen a handful of travelers, mostly people from around here, but the travelers usually come through looking all nicely dressed, and they spend a lot of coin on money or on alcohol, which is nice. But again, I don't really, I don't get out of the shop too much. I actually live here.
All right. Thank you.
Sure thing. Can I get you a drink?
Yes.
All right, that's going to be a copper if you want our local ale. Or we've got some of the nice wine imported from Rosa for a silver each. Your call.
Oh, an ale.
All right, that'll be 1 copper. All right, so
Okay.
you exchange the money. He serves you up an ale, and he says, "Good luck. I hope you're able to find who you're looking for."
Thank you kindly.
Alright, let's go have a look at the stable.
All right, so you make your way over to the stables. It's pretty much just right across the market square from the tavern. And you're greeted by a very old woman, very thin, very frail, but she looks pretty fit. She looks like she probably rides a bit, and she's tending to the horses. And she doesn't notice you right away. She's busy.
I'm gonna speak up.
All right. She yeah. What do you say?
Hail, madame. Can I inquire about a missing caravan?
A missing caravan. When were they supposed to be here? We see a lot of caravans.
They were supposed to be here yesterday, I think, but they haven't showed up to report.
I think we only had two that came through yesterday. One went northwest. I believe they said they were heading towards Haverton. One did say they were traveling east, probably to Rosa. Which way did you come in from?
We came from the road leading to Rosa.
And you didn't see him? That's very odd. Well, the area is usually not too dangerous, but between you and me, I have heard a handful of stories that there have been attacks lately.
What kind of attacks?
Well, I mean, it could just be talk, but some people have been talking about goblins. The last time I heard anything about goblins, it ended up just being a fairy tale. We've mostly beaten them off these lands, but I suppose it's possible they're holed up somewhere.
I see. Thank you very much for the information, madame.
For sure. Oh, and if you do go looking, I believe the last time there was a report, it was about maybe 35 minutes out of town, right before you get to the woods. You might take a look around there.
Thank you.
All right, just a second. All right. Anything else you guys want to do in town? It's about 9:30. Things are starting to get a little dark.
I rejoin the party in the tavern with a smile on my face and a wistful whistle on my lips.
All right. Everyone's in the tavern. You guys grabbing a table? What do you want to do?
Let's sit down and discuss what we're gonna do next.
I'm sitting drinking my ale still. Like, I'm gonna consume that finally. I saved it.
Young boy, looks like he works here, swings by your table, asks if anybody else wants a drink.
I would like one, please.
Same here.
All right. It takes a copy from each of you. He runs over to the bar, and he comes back a few minutes later with a couple pitchers. Pours each a nice, tall glass of ale.
I give him an extra copper as a tip.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. He runs over and hands it up to the barkeep.
I leave the glass on the table and sip off the foam and then lick it off my lips.
right.
Derek is like laughing and like, you guys aren't so bad for a bunch of landlubbers.
Thank you, Mr. Was it Garrick, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll go over and talk to the barkeep and see if he would like some music for the evening.
Sure. Give me a persuasion check. So he kind of ponders, and he's like, "Yeah, it's actually been a long time since we've had any music in here. Might help bring the mood up a little bit too." Sure. If you can put on a good show, I'll let you guys stay the night for free.
Excellent. I'll go stand over there and I pull out my lute and start to sing.
All right. Give me that performance check. All right, you put on a great show. Everybody's having a good time. These folks really like music. They like to celebrate, and they really like to drink. Time passes. It gets to about 11 o'clock. You wrap up your gig, and the barkeep kind of smiles and nods, and he hands you a key. He says, "This room's got 4 beds. It's our big suite. It's up on the 3rd floor of this place. You guys are welcome to help yourself whenever you're ready for bed."
Oh, I should specify. When I do performances, I use minor illusion to create the backing track.
Gotcha. Very cool.
At this point,
Back.
Derek is a little tipsy. He can't help
back.
himself.
All right, so it's getting a little later, about maybe 11:15. Most of the dinner folks are gone. It's starting to get quiet.
He's like, I guess we should just head up and discuss our plans for in the morning.
All right. So you guys head up to the room. It's nothing too crazy. It's better than you were expecting, but it's not luxurious by any standards. Just a quiet bed, 4 rooms, a couple of chests to store your things in, a couple of tables to set things on, and an oil-burning lamp in the corner. All right, you guys spending the night. You want to talk first?
Yeah. Okay. So the stable master said that there was supposedly a goblin attack on the road to Rosa about 35 minutes out or some such. I say we head out to investigate that first thing in the morning.
Does anyone know anything about goblins?
They're fleshy, so you can stab them.
Roll me give me a history check, each of you.
Yeah, I don't know anything.
You've never even heard of a goblin.
Well, I suppose this would make sense. Cognate isn't much of a history person, but he would probably know about things that he could stab.
Yeah. So, let's see. Melise and Cognate, you've both dealt with goblins before. There aren't a lot in this area, and it's actually sort of strange for them to be coming this far into civilized territory near Rosa. You figure if they've managed to make it this far, there must be some sort of something that's encouraging them or keeping them organized. Because alone, they're sort of weak and terrible. They tend to do much better when they work with other species.
I, for one,
Strange
want
that
better
they'd be this
armor.
deep.
Maybe we should talk to the captain of the guard about it. Maybe he can help us out.
I agree.
All right.
When should we do that? Now or in the morning?
In the morning.
Well, yeah, you probably wouldn't appreciate being woken up like that.
Yeah, we might have a better chance in the morning.
Yeah.
All right. You guys sleeping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Are you setting up any sort of watch order, or are you just gonna sleep through the night?
I can keep a watch.
All right.
I'll switch off with him.
Cool. Let me get a perception check from each of you.
Okay, maybe I fell asleep during my watch.
So I'll pretty much just fall asleep during his watch, yeah.
Don't worry.
But
Don't worry. I have eyes in the back of my skull, in my arms, on my rear end, and on my chest.
so yeah, Cognate, he keeps a good eye open. He wakes up a little early so he can make sure that things are going smoothly for the party. And he doesn't notice anything strange. Everything goes pretty uneventfully. It's a quiet little town here. There's a lot of commerce going on outside, but the tavern doesn't usually get too busy until later in the evening anyway. So yeah, you wake up. It's about 8 or 9 in the morning. You gather down in the tavern once you're all awake and geared up. What would you like to do?
Let's
See if
go talk to
gonna
that captain of the guard.
Hey, has anybody really shown up at the tavern yet? We could ask if any of them have seen any wrecked caravans lately.
There
Or
are,
just broken down.
yeah, there are a couple of commoners spread out. It's not too busy, but a few people are just having a nice, like a thing of bread for breakfast with a little bit of ale. Looks like mostly
somebody-
like lumber workers.
Lumber workers? Well, it depends. I don't think they would know much about, caravans, would they?
They might know about goblins.
Yeah,
That's-
especially if they're cutting wood up near the woods where we just were.
Those were wolves, not goblins.
All right, you want to ask around? What you want to do?
Rest of you ask around. I'll look imposing.
Sounds good.
All right, so you sort of go from table to table. Let me just get some general unskilled charisma checks from whichever ones of you are going to ask around.
My charisma is not great. Anybody else want to ask around?
I'll do it.
I tried.
Dice like me when outside of combat, even though this character is basically
Nope.
really skilled in combat. I guess I'm just being the really intimidating guy is going to have to go ask the questions to the nice people.
So Melise walks over to a table, big gruff dude, and it says, "Can I borrow some of your time?" And he's like, "No, fuck off, I'm busy." So absolutely nothing.
Rude.
Can I go up and intimidate him?
You can try. All right, fine. I'll be friendly. He takes one last swig of his ale and he just wanders off. Gets to work.
Well, I suppose it's better than a bar fight breaking out
So,
at 8 in the morning.
Cognate, you do walk over to a table and you talk to a sort of a scrawnier guy. And he says, "Yeah, actually, our lumber camp was just attacked a couple days ago by goblins. They're mean little buggers, but honestly, if you've got a little bit of a guard, they're not too big of a problem. We can normally handle it pretty okay."
Seen any broken down caravans either?
Not that I'm aware of.
Alright, thanks.
Right? Isle, you actually stumble across an old woman who is apparently a very heavy day drinker. It looks like she's been through 3 or 4 things of wine already. And she says, "Goblins? Yeah,
We're going to
goblins."
prevent Max Payne.
She says, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was goblins that took old lady Paxwell a couple years back."
Old Lady Paxwell?
Yeah, Paxwell. She was beautiful. Young woman, married to, what was her husband's name? Hubert, I think. They were just a standard lumberjacking family. But they were good workers and good people. The community really liked them. Until one day, Paxwell she went missing. A few days later, she shows back up, and before I knew it, she died. Some say it was during childbirth, some say she got sick. Not really sure what was up with it, but most of the rumors said it had something to do with goblins.
Does she still have any family around?
Well, the husband, Hubert, that's the strangest part. He stuck around for a few days after she died, but then he just vanished. Nobody's seen him for a couple of years. The house is just empty.
Strange. Where do they live?
They live on the far side of town against the southern wall.
I think I ought to go to the guard captain with someone, because I'm the intimidating one that's much more useful when talking with the guards and stuff. And then
I'll go.
The other two go to the probably the hell house or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we can search the abandoned house.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll do the guard captain first. So the two of you walk up.
Oh. Oh, as we're walking, I'm with Smurg, right? Wolfman.
Cognate.
Cognate, sorry. Pat you on the shoulder, like, thanks for standing up for me back there, Cognate.
You're welcome.
All right, so you look around for a little bit. It's kind of a small town, so you're able to spot at least where most of the town watch is coming and going. And you see that they're coming from a building with a bell tower up at the top. Do you go in?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there are other guards posted outside.
No, they're kind of just coming and going freely. So you step inside, and you're greeted by a gruff man. He's wearing armor, but it looks like he's just doing some paperwork. He says, "What can I do for you, travelers?"
Hi, we're looking for a caravan that was supposed to show up at Rosen a day ago, and we think it might be related to your goblin problem.
Ah, you've heard about that, I see. Yeah, those goblins are a real pain in the ass. Well, it's very possible. We had two caravans that left yesterday. One of them was heading northwest, but the one heading to Rosa was going through the forest where we've been seeing most of these goblins.
Before that, how many caravans have gone missing within, say, the past week?
Well, I mean, it's hard to really say. I don't really keep track of
How
the
many do
incoming
you
ones. And I suppose once they leave the town, I'm not really sure if they go missing. You might be able to talk to one of the traders, but again, it's hard to keep track of them after they leave. But if you're looking for the goblins, most of the ones we've spotted are right after you enter the forest on the way over back to Rosa.
Well, this looks a little bit more seriously. Do you have any warrants out for these goblins?
Why do you need warrants for goblins?
Well, not normally. It's something that the Rosen would normally take care. The Rosen Guard would normally take care of. But you know, if you guys can save us a little bit of time, I'm sure we could make it worth your while.
Do you mean worth our while as in give us information? Or just cash?
I don't really have much information to give, but yeah, we've got a stipend for handling these sorts of things. We could give you some cash.
Okay. This is just
Excellent.
This is just out of. This isn't in the. This
Sure.
isn't in the game world.
Yeah.
We don't need cash. We need to just track people. We just need to track a caravan down. And most of what can be gained through cash can be gained through intimidation.
I prefer to make a little money, especially if all it means is cutting off some ears.
All right, so let's cut down to Isle and Garrick. You guys, you're not really sure exactly which house is which, but as you're looking around, give me investigation checks. All right, so there's maybe 40 or 50 small houses along the southern wall, but one of them does look noticeably more dilapidated than the others. You suspect it's probably the house that you were talking about earlier.
No. That's the satanic ritual house. The abandoned one's right next to it.
I'm kind of looking at it like, seeing if there's any way to get in. I just kind of like try to open the door just to see if it's open.
Front door is locked. There's some windows. No, there's no light coming from inside. They're all like dirtied up, cobwebs. It's really hard to see inside very well. But it's certainly, on closer inspection, it does look like it's pretty abandoned.
Is
Can
there a
we-
chimney or a hole in the roof?
Could me and Melise start heading their way now since we're
Sure.
done with our stuff?
Yeah. It'll take you a couple minutes to get over there, but you'll catch up shortly. So as you're looking around,
I'll do that.
you do see that on the second floor, there's a window way up on the second floor. There's not like a patio or anything, but it does look like it's cracked open.
I could fly up there and go inside.
All right, you want to do that?
Yeah, sure.
You want to do it sneaky, or are you just going to act like you belong there?
I'd prefer sneaky.
All right, give me a stealth roll.
Oops.
So you look around a little bit. You make sure that there's at least not a lot of guards around or anything too crazy. You might have been spotted by a couple of civilians, but nobody seems to put up a fuss. So you fly up into this window, and you step inside, and it is dark and musty and gross. It smells like there really has not been a lot going on in this house for a couple of years. And it appears, as best as you can tell, that you have made your way into a nursery. There is a crude crib over in the corner, and then a double bed on the opposite wall, a couple of drawers and dressers.
Okay, I'll take a look inside the dressers.
You just find clothes, nothing of any particular interest. They're old clothes. It looks like a little bit of men's, a little bit of women's.
Right. In that case, I'll head downstairs and see if I can't get the door open.
All right, give me a perception check. All right, you don't seem to notice anything else in this house. It looks very, very abandoned. You make your way down the stairs. They creak loudly, and you unlock the front door.
I ask him if he found anything.
No, just some old clothes and a nursery.
All right, let's head back to the others.
Did you even try breaking things?
There might still be something around, maybe under the floorboards or beneath a painting. Come on.
All right. I go in to also try and check things.
Okay, the current time is about 9:30. How much time do you guys want to spend looking?
Well, would I have made it there by now? I'm
Yeah,
highly proficient in breaking things.
Yeah, we'll say you guys have all showed up at this point.
Let's spend maybe 15-20 minutes rummaging around.
Yeah,
Alright.
20 minutes sounds good.
Okay, give me an investigation check with advantage. Each of you.
All of us?
Yep. Alright, so you all basically ransack this place as best as you can tell. You're just looking for anything that might be some sort of useful information. And as best as you can tell, it really is just a normal house. It looks abandoned. It looks like it hasn't been lived in for some time. All of the food in the kitchen is rotted. Whoever left didn't just like
Fucking
move out.
normies.
They just left. They just got up and left one day. They didn't bring their things with them. There's clothes, there's food, there's tools. But Melise, as you're inspecting the nursery a little more closely, you notice that there are some bloodstains near the foot of the bed. And you also notice that whatever was using this crib was much larger than a baby. You can find basically spots where it was resting and had become worn with time. And honestly, some of these impressions on the base of the crib, they look like they're about the size of like an adult.
Demon fetuses, I knew it.
I grab the sheets off the bed and pull them off to reveal the mattress.
All right, you find. Give me an investigation check. All right, you don't notice anything on the top, but as you lift up the mattress, you notice there are some very distinct old blood stains on the mattress.
I cut open the mattress.
All right, you definitely find more signs of blood, but it is just a mattress.
Well, dang it.
Maybe give the blood a smell?
Good point.
Is there any bite marks on the crib or anything like that?
Nope, no signs of a struggle, nothing along those lines. Yeah, you can totally smell the bed if you want. Give me investigation. Yeah, smells like human blood. Nothing too crazy. It's very old, but you've got good smell senses. You can sort of tell that this used to be some sort of human blood. All right. Yeah. So yeah, that's about as much as you guys find in 20-25 minutes.
Can I perform a smell check generally on the house to check for any weird smells?
Sure. Give me investigation. Yeah, it smells like a house. There, you don't really notice anything other than the fact that there's like rotting food in the kitchen and the blood from upstairs, but that's about it.
Well, chances are nobody was. Okay, yeah, we're probably not missing anything. Chances are, if there's still rotting food in there, that means nobody went in here after the guy disappeared.
Maybe someone gave birth to the bed.
How does that make any sense?
Gave birth on the bed, that is.
Please receive previous statement regarding how that makes any sense, as that was a crib I tore the mattress apart of.
Oh, it was the crib. Sorry.
Garrick is kind of like impatiently like waiting at the door, kind of huffing.
We should
Let's
head
go.
out to find those goblins before it gets dark. I would rather not be caught unawares at night.
All right.
Is there any way I
Yeah.
can get some better armor?
Sure. You can look around for a smith or something.
Because this character is very much of the run up and stab things type.
All right. So as you're looking around, you find a smith and a tannery that will probably have some sort of leather armor. You step inside. He's just sort of a gruff old man. Looks like he's been doing this his whole life. Yes. Can I help you find anything?
I'm looking for armor.
Armor? Yeah, we get the occasional job orders for the local guard here. I think I might have a couple spares. Let me go check. He steps back into the back room. He comes out. He's got a box full of just folded armor. He says he can sell you leather armor for 10 gold, or he's got one set of nice studded leather for 45 gold.
Are either of those better than chainmail?
Let's see. In terms of defense, no, they're both worse. They would be better for sneaking, but not for protection.
No thanks, that's not what I'm looking for.
Sure thing.
And then ask, does he know where I could get any heavier armor, like metallic?
Yeah, so most of the people who are wanting the expensive stuff just go to the market district in Rosa. A lot of people don't bother to do trade out here just because, well, there's such a big city nearby. But yeah, head on over to Rosa. I'm sure you'll find anything you're looking for.
Well, thanks for the help.
Sure thing. Good luck.
I would like to buy a couple of arrows.
Sure. Let's see.
The thing has gone silent.
So that'll be 5 copper for each arrow.
I'll just buy 2 arrows.
All right. He grabs a couple off the rack, taps them against the desk, hands them over.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Heck,
Anything else?
Where would a good place be to sell direwolf hide?
You could try to take it over to the tannery. They might take it.
Let's go there.
All right, you step inside. You find a young woman who's dressed in working clothes. Her hands are worked raw. She looks like she's been doing this pretty much her whole life, too. Says, hey there, what can I do for you? That's totally her real voice, too.
I mean, some associates killed a direwolf and skinned it. We were thinking you might be interested in the hide, seeing as how you're a tanner and all.
Ooh.
Yeah, we got basically 3 pounds of it.
You guys hunters?
No, but we were good at killing things.
Oh, no, you weren't attacked, were you?
And we were attacked, half because we were stupid and half because the wolves are wolves.
Yeah, they're wild animals. They can be unpredictable sometimes. Well, I mean, we do a lot of hunting here. I'd be happy to buy that off of you if you'd like. I could give you, you said 3 pounds of hide?
Yeah.
I could give you 3 silver for it.
Sure.
All right. So she kind of heads into the back and she finds herself a crate full of hide, drags it out. She takes her hide and then returns with a handful of silver pieces, hands them to you.
Should I adjust the amount of money I have, or do you want to do that?
Yeah, I'll let each person track their own money. All right. Can I do anything else for you?
No thanks, that's it.
I don't appear to be able to change my money.
Who is that, Melise?
It's me. Ayal.
Let's see.
Oh, wait, now I see it. Oh, it's up there.
Gotcha. All right. You guys want to do anything else before you head out?
No, I think I'm good. What about you guys?
I'm good.
I have everything I'll need.
Yeah, I pretty much got everything I could.
All right. So you guys ship out. It's about 10
Besides
o'clock in the
better
morning.
armor.
In due time. So you ship out. It's about 10 in the morning, and you head back on the path that you came in. And it takes you about 45, 50 minutes. You make pretty good time. It's all just farmland and grassland. No significant traffic or anything like that. And you come to the mouth of the forest. And let me get a perception check from each of you.
Yeah, well,
There we go.
Okay.
Yes.
So this time, now that you kind of know where you're supposed to be looking, you do notice a couple of splinters of wood and a place where a set of tracks from a cart sort of veers off unnaturally to the side going into the forest.
follow the track as quickly as possible,
I'm
but making
going.
sure not to lose track of them.
I'm going to sneak beside the trail.
Okay?
I'm also trying to kind of stealthily, like, follow it.
Okay, let me get a...
Stealth is not my strong point.
So which one of you is going to be, like, tracking? Which one of you is trying to follow where this thing went?
I'll be tracking it.
All right, let me get a nature or a survival check from you.
I mean, I had outdoorsman bonuses and stuff, right? And kind of surprising for 14 to succeed on this.
Let me double check. I'm sure you get some, because you've got the Outlander thing, right? Or yeah, the Wanderer. Oh no, you have advantage on hearing and smell. It doesn't really apply to tracking though. Yeah, just give me your normal survival roll.
Oh, good.
Okay, so yeah, you're able to follow these tracks. They lead you across sort of a muddy river, and it's really hard to make out where it goes once you get to the other side of the river. But you do eventually pick up the scent again, or the trail rather, about 25 or 30
literally.
feet out of the way. And after a while, this winding path. Well, let me get perception checks from each of you.
Yeah. This group has perception for days.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job of following this. Now that you know what you're looking for, it was much easier to find it. The path sort of winds into thicker and thicker forests, and in the distance you see a big rocky cliff face sort of looming up above the top of the tree line. And as you start to follow it, you start to hear some chattering in the distance. About, it sounds like it's maybe 100 feet away.
I'm going to take flight and see if I can see anything from the air.
I'm gonna try and be as stealthy as I can.
I turn as everyone starts flying until what? Someone hear anything? What?
All right, let me see a perception check.
Should I perform one too?
Just because he's in the air. Okay, so the tree cover makes it kind of hard to tell what's going on, but you do see a small plume of smoke. It's rising from about 150 feet ahead of where you guys were. It's right at the edge of that stone cliff.
I go back to the ground and inform the other party members.
I ask what everyone wants
Here.
to do.
I'm gonna try to see if I can tell what the sound is. Perception check.
Yeah, so let me get a stealth roll for you to walk a little bit closer first, and then we'll do perception. All right, so
All of-
Just under.
you push your way forward kind of quietly, and you put an ear out, and you try to hear what's going on. So give me that perception with advantage.
I think Atheist just became invisible. So perception now.
Yep, perception with advantage.
Is there anything I need to like tag it with to make it advantage?
I think when you click the roll thing, it's gonna like give you an option to choose advantage or disadvantage. All right. So you can't make out exactly for sure what it is, but you know for sure that you smell fire and you smell filth, just something disgusting.
Atheist didn't do a perception check.
Yeah, Atheist, you can do one just normal, not with advantage. 14. So okay, yeah, that's still actually
Right.
a little better. Atheist, Atheist, let me get things positioned. All right, just a second. Dooda, dooda, dooda.
Well, it is Shark Week.
But tish.
AK Rule 34 of Sharks Week.
All right. So, Melise, you hear something talking. It sounds non-human. You sort of wander your way closer,
That's goblins.
and you're pretty sure you spot the outline of a goblin and sitting in front of a campfire.
Shouldn't I be... Well, Millie should be in front of me since I had the massive stealth success, but shouldn't I be in front of Garrick?
Yeah, you guys can position yourself however you like. We have not done any initiative stuff yet. All right, so how would you guys like to proceed?
Does anyone want to try diplomacy?
I doubt that's not easy with goblins unless we have a lot of money. Is it?
Give me history checks.
Wow, that was a hardcore failure. I guess Cognate really does only care about the stabbing part of history. But still, we had a big success.
Yeah, not bad. So you get the impression, and you know from your experience and from news around here, that goblins generally are not cooperative with the smarter races. Typically, the only time you can really get a goblin's trust is just through a show of might, and basically forcing them into subservience. But they don't really respond well to negotiations and money.
Then I say we basically try to get as close as we can without risking it, then jump out and beat the shit out of them.
All
I
right.
agree.
Maybe have Isle distract them by flying above as we move in.
Yeah,
Sure, I can-
We have Isle go around to the other side, and then while they're distracted by him, we can attack them from the back. And basically, once we have them pinned to the ground, they'll probably listen to us.
Right, can I fly around the map to get behind them?
Sure. So yeah, let me reveal a little bit. And I'll show you where I put you. All right, so you fly over, and you're sort of perched at the top of this cliff overlooking the fire. You're about maybe 50, 60 feet above them, and they don't seem to notice you just... Well, give me a stealth roll.
Okay, there's only 4 of them.
Yeah, you managed to sort of sneak over there. They have not noticed you perching over them just yet. They seem to be talking and eating. One of them has a tankard of, it looks like beer, but it also looks really gross and thick. And they're just sharing it around a campfire.
Fermented piss?
Very possible.
Can I see what kind of equipment we have?
Give me an investigation check.
Wouldn't that be more perception?
Yeah, give me perception. I think you're right. So you can definitely tell that they are armed. Let's see.
Do they have armor of any sort?
They have very, very light leather armor. It's mostly tattered, honestly. A couple of them are holding shields, as far as you can tell, and it looks like one of them is actually using a shield as a dinner plate. You see a scimitar hanging off of one of their belts, and you notice one has a short bow leaning against the bench that they're sitting on. But that's about as much as you can pick up.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay.
I say a good.
I think I'll wait for the rest of the party to get a bit closer before I do anything.
All right, cool. Let me go ahead and let's roll initiative. Let's see, how do I wipe this? Like that.
So basically, with this level of initiative, we're all fucking Sonic.
Damn.
All right, goddamn, guys. All right, so combat has not started yet, and if you do maintain stealth, you will get a surprise round. But I am going to start working in initiative just so that things are timed out properly. So let's sort this. Isle, you're up first.
Right. I'm going to wait until the other members catch up. Until then, I'm going to ready an attack in case they become alerted to our presence.
All right. Go ahead and ping on the map which one you're going to hit if they become alert.
Which one is closest to the short bow?
This one is the one that has a short bow leaning on the bench next to him.
I will target him.
All right. Garrick, what you doing?
I'm gonna try and get closer, like sneaking.
All right. Go ahead and move your movement, and then give me a sneak roll or a stealth roll.
Is something supposed to be happening right now?
Yeah, waiting on Garrick to move, and then stealth. Okay, so stealth goes well, and then give me your movement. Or have you already moved?
Sorry,
Hit a
having a little bit of trouble with the icons over my piece.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
I gave you a round of applause for the stealth, but that kind of ruined the point of stealth.
All right. Cognate. And just to be clear, the little black circles are like tree trunks. It's my brilliant art for D&D.
Very nice.
All right, Smurg, what you doing? All right, moving. Give me a stealth roll.
Wow, that's kind of amazing.
Good. So as best as you can tell, they haven't noticed you. All right, Melise.
Feels like a game of XCOM where you get every single hit.
And stealth roll. Fingers crossed. Hold your breath. All right. Let's see. All right. These goblins are completely oblivious. They don't seem to notice you at all. Their turn passes,
All in
and we're
favor
back to
of
Isle.
charging.
Okay, should I attack?
Um, everybody, you want to attack now?
Can I get into a little bit more range? I mean, you guys are free to do whatever.
All in favor of launching the attack now?
Me. Me? I'm so alone.
I was gonna include in my last turn because I just moved in stealth that when someone does it, I have a ready to action to cast an illusion when someone attacks.
All right.
Uh,
What illusion are you going to cast?
I'm going to do a loud noise of like 30 people in armor charging.
All right, cool.
A nice idea would have been when Isle, since he's going to kill that, there's a good chance he'll kill that one goblin. What could do would be put a minor illusion behind that, so it looked like basically he just
It's
stabbed
30
that goblin
feet.
with an arrow.
Yeah, 30 feet range.
Can you tell him no?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Lots of new folks.
We're basically all new except for one of us, I think. Right?
Yeah, I think Melise is the only one with prior D&D experience, maybe?
I
That's
have
correct.
a bit.
Gotcha. All right, so Isle, you're up. Moment of truth, what you doing?
Will they notice me if I attack?
Almost certainly. You can attempt to like run back
Silence
and
your
then hide.
arrows.
You've got pretty good line of sight, so you could try to like peek back over the ledge and then like re-hide if you wanted.
Sniper.
I think I'm going to launch the distraction by letting out a terrifying squawk and shooting this goblin.
All right, because this is a stealth attack, you have advantage on the attack. So roll me a weapon attack with advantage. All right, so you let out a loud shriek, and these goblins are like piss fucking terrified. They have no idea where you came from, certainly not above them. And as you're yelling, an arrow just flies into the back of this goblin's neck, goes straight through his leather armor, and he just slumps forward. He doesn't even know what hit him.
Nice.
My illusion goes off.
All right, so we hear this loud clamoring of tons of armed combatants, and these goblins are like pissing themselves. They have no idea what's going on.
I will yell at them to put down their weapons or die.
Okay, give me an intimidation check.
I'm
Does
the one
anyone
who's
speak
intimidating you.
goblin?
I speak intimidating.
That's a good point. Okay, so you yell, but it's not in Goblin, so they have no idea what you say.
Fair enough.
All right, anything else on your turn?
Can I get a bit deeper into cover?
Sure, if you want to like retreat back along that plane, it's mostly just rocks with a handful of like bushes. And I can't unveil that area because reasons, but I'll assume you're about 20 or 30 feet back in that direction.
Okay, I'm gonna move back a little bit.
Sure. All right, we'll put you like roughly there-ish. All right, cool. Garrick, you're up. Actually, you might be right. Let me go check. Goblins might know common. They totally know goblin or common. They don't respond though. They're like literally too shocked to reply.
Alright. I guess I'm going to start moving forward, I guess, then. I might also, if I get close enough, I might try to also intimidate them.
Okay.
Aim for their legs if you're going to attack.
Alright, I'm gonna definitely try to intimidate them so they don't outright, like, just attack me.
Okay. Roll me an intimidate check. Okay. All right. These goblins are confused as fuck. They've got screeching coming from above them. They've got you yelling from the front. They have all of these like noises of armed combatants coming from the side. They have no idea what's going on. All right, you doing anything else?
I ready an attack just in case.
All right, for if one gets in range.
Yes.
Which, yeah, that's fine. That'll work. Okay, cool. Elise, or sorry, Cognate, what you doing?
We get to move 25 feet, right?
I believe it's 30 for Cognate. Most of the races are 30.
I'll go over here and also perform an intimidation check, just to. And this, one, I'm closer to them, and two, I shout, "Put your weapons down, and you don't die. Keep them, and you do die."
Okay.
Does the fact I haven't that I'm proficient in intimidation mean I get to roll it with advantage?
It doesn't, but it does automatically add a bonus to your intimidation. So it's built into the roll. All right.
Come on.
So there's that. Let's see. Now it's Melise. You're up.
Can I ready attack?
Sure.
Before I leave the cover, I'm going to cast another illusion. I believe here.
All right. Same thing.
And it's going to. No, so this one isn't going to be a sound. Or actually, it's just going to be what he was. No, not a sound. It's just going to be a big pile of dead goblins.
A giant pile of dead goblins just magically appears in front of these guys. Let's see here. All right. These three of these are just like they have no fucking clue what's going on.
Dead.
And the other one is dead. So yeah, these guys are all just like these goblins are terrified. They have no idea what's happening. Let's see.
I'm going to move here.
All right, cool. So you have caught these guys by surprise, very by surprise, and they're kind of like scrambling to pick up their weapons, but they don't get a turn on this turn. But actually, before Isle takes his next turn, let me roll one of these.
Don't kill them, remember. They could be useful.
All right, let me get a perception check from Isle. And actually, let me get one from Cognate as well, with advantage.
Should I re-roll?
No, you're fine, you're fine. Okay, yeah, there's a lot going on. You don't really notice anything else happening. And it is Isle's turn.
Should I try to kill another, or should I try to take him alive?
We want them alive. They could have information that we find useful. And corpses aren't very good at talking.
Aim for the knees.
So in 5e, the way it works is when you land a killing blow on a creature with something that isn't just like outright, dissolving their body, like an explosion.
Smash.
Right. As long as you're just doing like a weapon attack or something like that, you are allowed to say this is a non-lethal blow, and you're allowed to do it after you get the killing blow, so you can just make up your mind once you've got them dead. So you can fight these like normal, and then just choose to make your last killing blow a non-lethal blow if you want.
Okay, I'm going to say that my last shot was non-lethal.
Okay. So this thing is not dead, it is unconscious.
Right, I'm going to take another non-lethal shot at this goblin.
But
Right.
I'm right next to that one. What's the point? Aim for the farthest one from all of us.
How long range does my bow have?
I believe it's 80 feet perfect range, so you're definitely well within range of this thing. You're about 40, 50 feet up. Trigonometry says that's like 90. Let me go double check. I think a longbow might actually be higher than 80. Longbow 150. You're totally fine. You are absolutely well within the range of this weapon.
Okay, another non-lethal shot at this one.
All right. Okay, so this one, this is the one that uses using a shield as a plate, and he sort of like picks it up, and food just goes everywhere. But you do basically sink the arrow straight through the shield, and it attacks him right on the face, and he drops backwards with the arrow like partially in his forehead. He is
Nice.
not doing very well, but as far as you can tell, he's not just like outright splat on the ground. He is still sort of conscious a little bit, but no longer capable of fighting.
Carrick and Melise, you get one closer to Melise, I'll get the one right in front of him.
Can
you can.
I stand on top of here?
That is basically an entrance to a cave. This area right here is an entrance to a cave, and it's in sort of a sheer cliff face. You might be able to like sort of climb up it, but not well enough to get footing for an attack.
Okay, in that case, I'll stay where I am.
Okay.
You gonna attack?
I'm all out of moves.
But you can still attack, right?
No, I just shot a goblin.
No, you're talking about Garrick, right?
Oh, sorry.
All right. So Garrick moves up. What does Garrick do? There we go. Okay, so, oh geez, it looks like I've lost connection. What's going on? Hang on.
Well, I can still hear you.
That's weird. Let me try refreshing real quick just to make sure. There we go. All right. So Garrick runs up and slams a rapier towards that one. But this one has finally got his composure together and manages to sidestep it at the very last second. And that makes it Cognate's turn, unless you want to do anything else.
He's moved all he can, and then he attacked. I think there's nothing else he can do.
Yeah, I don't think he gets a cunning action until level 2, so I think that is pretty much all he can do. Alright, so Cognate, what you doing, Smurg?
I'll smash it in the head with the shaft of the trident. You know, non-lethally.
Alright. Oh yeah. So this thing is like turning around trying to figure out where all this noise is coming from, and you just bash it straight in the head and he just goes out cold.
I love movie consciousness. And that's pretty much it for my turn.
Alright. That makes it Melissa's turn.
Stabbing.
Stab a stab.
Yo, dog, what's up? But just stab a bitch.
And I'm not going to change to non-lethal.
Alright, this one just, rapier straight through the heart, vomits up a little blood, and falls flat. Alright, so these goblins at this point are, there's not much left of them. Let me get a perception check from all of you. Alright, so There are a couple of them. The three that aren't dead are all just barely conscious. You might be able to talk to them and get a little bit of information. But, Solar, you hear just a little bit of skittering coming from inside of the cave. Can't tell how far away.
Okay, who's going to investigate that? I have intimidating bonuses, but I also I'm just generally a tough bastard. So
Well, I don't hear it, so whenever it gets back to my turn, I'm going to cut off the dead goblin's ears and prestidigitation off the blood and throw them in my pack.
All right. Isle, your turn.
Okay, I am going to fly down to the ground. And take a look into the cave and see if I can see anything from out here.
oh, I have bonus dark vision.
All right, let's see. As you fly down, take a look inside. That is about as much as you can see. Beyond that, it's a little too dark for you.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to go up to this goblin and tie him up with some rope.
All right. Let's see. Give me a dexterity check with advantage. Yeah, sleight of hand with advantage. That's good. All right, you very nimbly you whip off that thing of rope that's tied to your backpack, and you wrap it around his wrist a few times and tie it up real quick. You make it look easy. So this thing is sort of hog-tied, face down on the bench with an arrow like sticking through his shoulder.
Okay,
All right, Garrick, what you doing?
How to save lives. Step 1, shoot somebody. Step 2, say it was non-lethal. All will be solved. Is anything happening right now?
So it looks like Garen moved over to the goblin. Actually, I can turn off initiative for a bit. Yeah, so you guys are free to move and act as you wish.
Okay, then I'll tie up this goblin.
All right. All right. Yep, he's unconscious. It's pretty easy. You get him wrapped up pretty quick.
Oh, I forgot to do it with advantage.
Totally fine. You got it either way.
But I want to have a critical success.
You tie him up really, really well. You do a great job of tying him up. You feel like the world has become a
Yeah.
better place because of how you tied him up.
good job.
I guess you could say. I nodded them.
All right, so what's the plan here? You got two tied up. One's unconscious. One is dead.
Let's tie up the last unconscious guy.
All right. Do you have enough rope for this? Do all the three of you have rope?
I have 50 feet of rope, I think.
All right, cool. Yeah, you got it. All right, so there's three tied up goblins. You got them sitting on the bench. What you want to do? They're all just barely like hanging on to life by a thread.
How much of the rope did I use tying up the goblin?
If you want to cut off like a 5, yeah, we'll call it a 5-foot chunk. That's roughly enough.
Let's try to make sure these goblins don't die in 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay then, Luis, you're the druid, right? You can heal them.
I'm not healing them.
I was going to say, but you can try to do a medicine check if you want to at least stabilize them. Just give me a DC 10 medicine check for each goblin that you want to try to
Why
save.
bother? They're goblins.
Oh, shut up! They have information we could find useful. If you're just going, are you just going to be a whiny brat?
It's not whiny to want to purge pests from the land.
You can kill them when we're done with them.
Fine.
I'll try to make sure this goblin doesn't die.
All right.
Feck, can I perception check the cave with a dark vision advantage?
Absolutely.
Can I roll it with advantage?
Um, yeah,
Dark.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, you don't normally get it because of sight, but you do get advantage on hearing and smell, and that might be applicable here. Okay, so yeah, you take a peek inside the cave, and you're able to see a little bit further. You basically see all the way to the back of this little area. And in the very far back, you
Two
can
more
see,
goblins.
yep, two more goblins are kind of just like cowering behind these little pillars of stone. And as you step in, they notice that they've been spotted. So let's roll initiative.
Oh, I wanted to roll an intimidation check, just so if I should shout at them to not don't move and you don't die.
Not bad.
Uh, insane and Ariel got insane initiative. I am screwed here by everybody else.
All right, Isle, what you doing? You haven't really noticed anything, but you do see that Smurg's ears have kind of perked up.
I ask Smurg what's in there.
Two more goblins, scared to death by the looks of it.
Okay, I'll pick up this goblin and kind of hold my talon up to his throat and tell them to drop their weapons, come forward slowly, and lay down.
All right, give me an intimidate check.
Why do all the other people have to do intimidation checks so much?
Okay, so you said it. You can't really tell how they're reacting because you honestly don't really even see them.
Well, there's a goblin behind me.
All right, doing anything else on your turn, or is that it?
No, I'm holding the goblin, so I can't really do anything.
All right, so let's see. These things just fucking book it. They are pissing themselves terrified.
That's not my fetish. Okay, Feck, how did it move that much? That's 60 feet.
They have a normal movement of 30, and they both took the dash action to double their movement.
Oh. Well, time to practice my sprinting.
All right, Garrick's up.
One of us ought to stay here so we can... Okay, is there really any point to keeping these goblins? Should we really just kill them?
Well, we could have them as hostages.
Do you really think they're intelligent enough to care about hostages?
Maybe.
Listen, one of you drag along one as a hostage. You can kill the other two.
We should just kill all of them. The dead weight will slow us down.
Well, there is a chance that they might have some
These-
human prisoners after all, so
Or,
it's
no,
probably best to
there's-
keep them as hostages.
These goblins clearly have some sort of confidence as they have been raiding without a as they have been raiding, and normally they do not do so without a leader. And leaders have to be at least somewhat intelligent.
All right, Garrick, what you doing? Oh, okay, Garrick ran forward. Doing anything else? Oh, Solar, if you're talking, we are totally not hearing you on Discord. Okay, so you can, if you want to, you can take the dash action, which actually doubles your run speed for the turn, depending on how fast you want to go. But that does, like, take your entire action if you do that. Okay. So you see a little bit farther down in the cave, but that's about it. All right, Melise, what you up to?
I have dark vision, and he gets to see all that.
I'm going to slide my rapier into this one's breast and pull it out before moving to the mouth of the cave.
All right, you give it the good old coup de grace, or however non-Americans pronounce that, and
Coup de grace.
coup de grace, and then
Coup
you
de
run
grace.
into the
Good
cave.
grammar.
Is my voice working now?
Yay, we hear
Yes,
you.
it is.
Okay, good. Sorry about that.
All right, that makes it Cognate's turn. Cognate storms forward. What'd you do?
Do I get to see what?
Absolutely. Yeah, let me reveal a little bit more. So you're able to see a little bit farther down into the hall. You notice that they're both running into sort of a wider cavern over here, and just very faintly off in the distance, you think you see just like some skeletal remains. All right, anything else? Running forward some more. Let's see.
Or an area you area, area aisle, you can kill one of the hostages left.
All right. Do you have any more movement, or is that it?
No, I'm not going to turn a corner to something that could possibly generate a large amount of human skeletons.
All right, Isle, your turn.
Right. Can I dash while holding a goblin?
Um, Let me go see what goblins weigh. Roll me a strength check.
Of course, I have 18, but no.
You can run half your normal speed if you want to drag this body with you. And if you take the dash action, you'll be able to take it your normal speed with the body.
In that case, I'll just leave a goblin behind. We're
Okay.
tied up anyway, so it shouldn't do any harm.
Sure.
I'm going to dash into a cave.
All right. On foot.
Can I fly? How tall is the cave?
This very first opening is probably tall enough that you could fly, but then it's going to get more narrow as you go in. So probably about here is where you'd have to land no matter what you do.
Right, how did I measure distance while moving?
Just tap space as you're moving, and it'll draw lines for you. So you you pick up your token, and then you start moving it, and then you just tap space, and it'll draw the lines.
Okay. I'm going to land about there and ready. Wait, should I shoot one of the goblins?
Go ahead.
Can I see the goblins?
You can see the one that's close to you. It's still, you're getting a little bit of daylight coming into this cave.
In
Okay,
that
but-
case, I'll shoot it while it's running.
All right.
Don't do it lethally. This way we can have a hostage and we don't have to move it that far.
Okay, I'll do it non-lethally. Shoot him in the leg.
All right.
I'm far too obsessed with these hostages.
Don't lie. You're secretly a goblin protector.
No.
All right. So you pin this thing right in the leg, and it just falls flat.
Alright, cool. End the turn there.
All right. So the goblins are up. Actually, Isle and Garrick, give me perception checks.
What, not me?
Yeah, not you. Not you for this one.
Suspicious.
Oh man.
All right, so Isle, right about here, you notice just a dirty bedroll. It looks like this is probably where the goblin slept.
Such useful information.
All right, goblins. So, coming around this corner,
His name is John Cena.
Oh, jeez. What have I done?
You broke the world, Feck. It's all your fault.
I would never do that. Alright, so this thing is aided by some friends that you're going to see in a second. He bolsters some courage and he turns around and he starts to slap. And by slap, I mean swing at you with a scimitar. Alright, what's your armor class?
16 AC.
Alright, take yourself 4 damage. This thing managed to sort of, he's a tricksy little bastard, and he manages to slash right across your ankle. And then he's also a nimble little bastard, so he's able to disengage so you don't get opportunity attacks and step back a bit. And then here comes a couple friends.
I just wanted better armor.
Each of these two comes barreling around the corner, brandishing a couple of short bows, and they each take a shot at Cognate. So the first one totally misses. Second one, though, catches you right in the shoulder. Arrow plummets in for 6 damage.
Damn it.
All right, Garrick, you're up.
How good is
Millie's
visibility?
So you have some sunlight that trickles in until you get to about here. This is where it starts getting too dark for people without dark vision to really see. All right.
Well, I have a
I'm
torch
gonna-
at least.
I'm gonna attempt to throw a knife.
All right.
Attempt.
All right. It is very dark in here, but you are able to sort of vaguely make out a shape. You'll be rolling at disadvantage, but you can try to make an attack on one of these goblins.
Don't go for the southern one. Go for the two next to each other. They have short bows. They're way deadlier.
All right.
All right, so you toss one in there, but it's just dark. It's hard to line up a shot, and your dagger just goes flying past. You hear it clinking on the stone behind him.
I grumble.
All right, Melise, you're up.
What sort of action is it to pick up something off the ground? Would that be like the item interaction?
Yep.
Like if I grabbed a log that was on the fire?
Yep, that would be one item interaction. You get one of those for free every turn.
Clever, clever.
I'm going to pick up a log from the fire
Okay.
and use...
Throw it to light the area.
Will that be more helpful than using Bardic Inspiration on an Isle? Because he can
I
already
like
see, right?
I
Yes,
don't-
yeah.
you
I'll toss the
can't-
log in.
Okay.
How far can I throw it?
That is a great question. I believe it's 2040, but let me go double check.
Just try not to hit me with it.
Drake, you don't happen to remember the range on improvised weapons, do you? Oh, here we go. Okay, 2060. So yeah. Yep, exactly. So give me a... Are you trying to throw this as far as you can?
I'm trying to throw it to like here, I guess.
All right, cool. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Sure. Give me an athletics check. Awesome. It shines true. The torch lands right about here, and there's a little bit of soft light lighting up this area now. Covers about this much area.
I believe that's my turn.
All right, Cognate, you're up.
I'll throw a hand axe at one of the the goblins.
All right. Which one are you going for?
The one in between the other two.
Okay.
Done. Kill, please.
All right, so Goblin Larry just falls flat. He's got a hand axe straight between the eyes.
Poor Larry.
Poor Larry. Rip Larry.
Justice for Larry 2016. Innocent goblin, even though he shot at a guy with a bow.
All right, doing anything else? All right.
And that's I'm done.
All right,
I just don't-
perfect.
That's a wall, right?
That is a wall. Yeah, that is a cave wall. So as you step back, you definitely are able to see back into this area, and you see some very filthy sleeping mats, a couple of crates, some scattered meat and food, and probably some goblin shit.
Well, I could have gone without perceiving that.
All right, Isle, you're good.
Okay. I'm going to move up a little bit. And I'm going to shoot at whichever goblin is holding
Bob
a
has
bow.
a short bow.
Yeah, Bob has a short bow.
I'm going to shoot Bob.
All right.
What do you have against Bob? What did Bob ever do to you, you racist?
Goblinist.
Goblist.
Well, he did shoot at you.
All right, Bob's having a good day today. Bob
Jokes.
slept well last night. He is able to sidestep this arrow as it flies past his head.
Damn, Bob.
All right, so Bob is feeling pretty damn good. He's going to actually step back a little bit and fire off a shot at a Isle. Yeah. All right, what's your armor class?
My armor class is 15.
All right, so
My armor is classy as fuck.
Bob's little armor or lucky streak has come to an end. Arrow flies past you. You're able to avoid it just barely. And then he wraps around this corner a bit. And then Mo, Mo's actually, he's not always the brightest goblin, but he's got an idea. So he steps forward and grabs this torch, and then he runs up to
And he
Garrick.
set on fire and dies.
Runs up to Garrick and slaps Garrick with this flaming torch.
Ouch.
So let's find out how that goes. Not only was this a terrible idea, but he fucks it up like in the worst way imaginable. Let's
He
find
sets
out.
himself on fire.
Let's find out exactly how much he fucked this up.
That was beautiful.
Mo, you just tried to set a dragonborn on fire. Dumbass.
This made sense. You can't see the expression I'm doing right now. Dang it.
Okay, so he totally whiffs, and the torch just goes flying in a direction. He somehow manages to throw the torch behind him, pretty much exactly where he just picked it up. So he looks at you just stunned and appalled that his brilliant plan didn't work. And he finally just recollects himself, disengages, and tries to run back towards the torch. But he knows he's in trouble. And that makes it Garrick's turn.
That was perfect.
Can I catch him and just try and kill him?
Sure, yeah, you can run up and just try to stab him. He's in the light, so you can definitely see him.
Since he's running from me, would this be a sneak attack or a regular attack?
It is a regular attack. He is aware that you're there, and you don't really have a friendly to like keep him distracted. So he's aware that you're after him. So it's just a regular attack. It is still a great regular attack, though. So you tag him right in the side of the chest, and he is just barely hanging on to life. Mo is not feeling too hot. He's coughing blood. He's stumbling. All right, Melise.
Heals, please.
I'm going to use a bardic inspiration charge on Isle.
All right. So, Isle, you can add a 1d6 to a d20 that you roll in the next, I think it's like 10 minutes, something like that. Okay, folks, give me like 30 seconds real quick. Coney is about to join us, and I have to come up with some convincing
We
reason.
finally found him.
Yeah, we found him. Okay,
Hi, Coney.
give me just a second.
Yay!
Coney 2016.
I'm going to kill you.
Not if I kill me first.
Wow, I'm morbid.
He's going to be a hostage, isn't he? See, this is why we have our own hostage.
That'd be horrible.
Okay, so let's see. Coney, just let me know when you're actually like in the game and ready to go, and I'll get you up and going. I've got you sort of worked out here.
I'm just trying to find it.
Yep. Do you need a link to the Roll20?
Yes, I do.
All right, let me see.
Hurry. Again, I'm sorry for being late. I overslept.
No, it's all good.
Hours.
Yeah, I know you're on like a different time zone. I kind of figured that was happening. Okay, I just sent you a link on Discord, or sorry, on Telegram.
Got it. Holy shit, I didn't expect it was that many people.
Okay, so Coney, when you get in, head over to your character sheet and roll me initiative real quick. And I think, let's see, under your character sheet on the core stats page, there should be a button near the middle that just says initiative.
I tried, but my attempt to use a roll command is my value of selection token, and those tokens are selected.
Oh, weird. Okay. Are you able to see your token up here on the map?
No, everything is black, and I'm surrounded by icons.
Gotcha.
That's,
Let's see. I feel like there's some way to make players' cameras center. Dre, do you happen to know if there's a way to center the player's camera on something? Oh, here you go. I think this will work. Yeah, there we go. That should have focused you on your character. Do you see it now?
do you know how to get rid of the icons that are on your screen?
Yeah, under settings, change video player slash or yeah, the player avatar size. You can change that to just names only. Any luck?
Okay, I'm basically seeing everything. The map is so fucking huge.
It's yeah, pretty big map. Okay, so go ahead and find your token and click it to select it, and then you should see a button in the top left corner that says Initiative. And then click that, and it'll ask you for a bonus. Your bonus is 3, so just type in 3, and that should roll initiative for you.
Right click or left click?
Should just be left click.
Oh, this is also new to me.
It's okay.
I mean, just trying to figure out all the mechanics of it is just new.
Yep.
Again, everybody, I'm sorry.
You're fine. No, I kind of figured just time zones being different. That's probably what happened. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just slept in 12 hours.
All right. Do you see the initiative button?
No.
Okay. Do you know where your character sheet is under the like newspaper, like the journals panel? Like over on the right side of the screen, there's the.
I have it up.
Okay.
Should I just click on initiative?
Yeah. Just click the initiative button.
Nope, it still says attempt roll.
Weird. Okay, just roll me a 1d20 plus 3.
Is there a code for that?
Yeah, let me type it. We'll get that sorted out after this battle. Yeah, I do think you have to like have your token selected when you click the initiative button. That might be what's happening. Okay, awesome. There's a 17. So that actually does put you next in line. Okay, so Coney, the last thing that you remember, you were traveling on the road and you were attacked by goblins. You just woke up in a dark, smelly cave. You hear fighting going on. You're sort of very loosely tied up, but give me an acrobatics, or give me a sleight of hand check. So to do that, you just open up your character sheet and you go to the skills page and you click the little die next to sleight of hand. You see it? Okay, awesome. So it takes a little bit of struggling, but you are able to get your hands free. You find your bag with all of your gear sitting next to you. You're not sure why the goblins would just leave all of your stuff next to you, but goblins have never been known to be particularly smart. So you spend your turn just gathering your gear, and then you're gonna go see what's happening. But first, let's go to Melise. Melise, you're up.
I'm going to move here and then cast Cure Wounds.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, up and at him, big guy.
All right. 8 health back. Very nice. And that makes it Cognate's turn, unless you're doing anything else.
That's it.
All right, perfect. Cognate, what you doing? Oh, you're going to make quick work of Mo. Poor Mo. He tried. He tried his very best.
Fuck Mo.
Mo goblins, mo problems.
Mo tried to light me on fire.
He did try to light you on fire. He was pretty proud of that one, too.
I got 100 problems, but soon it's going to be 99, and Mo will not be one of them. In fact, what's the difference between one hand and both hands for Trident?
If you use both of your hands, it does a little more damage. All right, you just skewer Mo. He's not having a good day. He's dead. Mo's very dead.
Tasty.
Unlike Bob. Bob is having a good day.
Bob's
He
having a
likes
great
Bob.
day. Bob feels great. All right, you doing anything else? A little bit of repositioning. You've got dark vision, so you can see just a little bit farther into the cave. And that makes it Isle's turn.
Okay, I am pissed at Bob for getting away, so I'm going to run after him and shoot him.
All right.
Remember, you got the Bard's inspiration.
Yeah, so you can add a d6 after you roll a d20 if you want.
I will add inspiration just to be safe. How do I do that?
Just type / you just
You
roll a
don't have
1d6.
to.
But yeah, you just a little bit of metagaming here. You totally hit him. You don't have to waste it if you don't want.
Okay, fair enough.
Does it add to damage?
No, it just makes you more likely to hit. It doesn't give you extra damage.
All right, then now I know not to waste.
Okay, so you're sneaking around, and you manage to catch Bob right before he gets out of the range of this torchlight, and pelt him right in the butt with a bow, or with an arrow. And he sort of stumbles a bit, but he is still limping along.
That's what you get.
All right, so Bob, poor Bob, he is going to turn and fire at Isle. Ooh, Bob is still having a great day. He doesn't really even care that he's limping and probably going to die. He swings
Bob's
around.
day is a very mixed bag.
Yeah, he's a mixed bag. So he turns and he fires, and this one just plummets right into the side, right next to your belly button. Hits you for 8 damage.
Ouch.
And then he scurries off into the dark. All right, Garrick.
I'm going to cautiously kind of like follow him.
Okay. Give me, well, you move as far as you want to move, and then give me a perception check.
Can I pick up the torch as well, or the
Yep.
piece of wood?
Yeah, absolutely. It's because it's just a piece of wood and not like a really great torch. It's a little unwieldy, but you managed to make it work for a little bit.
Improvised wood and some. I had a joke here. It died.
This is the worst circle. Okay, I'm going to draw a proper circle. Hang on.
But badly drawn circles are my fetish.
Make it a hexagon.
The fexagon. Yes, make it a fexagon.
I was gonna say, is he gonna get his tablet to make everything look pretty?
All right, you move forward. You don't really see Bob. Bob's hightailed it. He's somewhere still skittering in the distance.
All right, I'm going to just like maybe do a perception, try and see if I can hear any more than Bob.
Sure. Okay, so first of all, as you're running down here, you notice in the light that there definitely is a pile of skeletons to your right, and it looks like they're probably human, and they also look kind of fresh. They don't look like they've been there very long. There's still meat and some flies and maggots and shit. It's pretty gross. Ahead of you, you can sort of hear Bob running. He's running downhill. The cave seems to sort of go down a little deeper at this point. There's a wide ramp, but again, you can't see too well. But you do notice that off in the distance there is a flicker of more fire, and that's about as much as you can make out.
More fire means more goblins. We need to regroup before heading any further.
Yeah, I tell everyone that there's more goblins, and I can I move to like kind of regroup with everyone else.
Sure, if you have any remaining movement, you can use
I
it
say we
to...
regroup at Garrick.
Isle, come over here.
All right. Coney, back to you. You have now managed to like gather all your gear up. You've cut the ropes that were around your wrists. Roll me a perception check real quick before you do anything else.
Okay.
Anything happening right now?
Yeah, Coney is rolling perception. Okay, awesome. So you take a quick look around you as you try to figure out where you are. You definitely hear commotion going on from just like right around the corner. You can tell that there's some sort of combat happening. Immediately around you, you find 3 or 4 like very nasty bedrolls. You assume that's where the goblins have been sleeping. There's a shit pile in the corner. They're just barely smart enough to not shit where they eat. And you also notice that right on this wall there is sort of a strange big rock that looks like it has been put into place. It doesn't look like it naturally belongs there.
Oh, great, a trap. Whenever I get up, it's probably gonna knock me out.
Alright, so what would you like to do?
I think he'd like to escape, but what he could do and should do is probably different from that.
I mean, I'll probably just check it to see if there's any traps nearby.
Okay, Sure. Choose, like, click and hold somewhere on the map where you want to look for traps. Okay, and then roll me an investigation check.
I mean, I didn't click on anything. I was going to click right behind me.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So you're just looking in the immediate area?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll me investigation. You've already done like a broad perception check, but if you want to look more closely, that'll be investigation. Okay, you don't really notice anything. It looks like you're just in some sort of a cave. There's sort of a rocky gravel pit right here where they all sleep. You don't notice any sort of like traps or constructs or anything like that that's out of the ordinary. You were just kind of like bunched up against a wall, leaning on like a broken crate or something.
Okay.
All right. Would you like to move? Do anything else?
I would try moving more to the group.
All right. I believe your movement is 30, which means you can move up to 6 spaces. You should be able to drag your own token. Or use the arrow keys, I think. I think arrow keys work.
Melise, could you heal Io when you're next to us?
Yes, please.
All right, so he runs down, and he sees that there's a bunch of other adventurers. You guys are welcome to introduce yourselves. We're going to move on to Melise's turn, but you guys can continue to talk as you decide what to do.
Well, I'm gonna spin with a rapier brandished at the. What are you?
Me?
Just an average mutt.
Oh yeah, we forgot introductions. He is a wargfolk fighter.
At
I'm a
the.
wargfolk fighter.
We do have 2 wargfolk fighters now.
At
Fight
the.
me.
Who the hell are you?
Well, apparently I was knocked out, so yeah, I'm still a warg, as I can tell.
I kind of shout and ask if he was with the caravan.
Do I look like a goblin to you?
Cody, you were not part of the caravan. You were just traveling on your own.
Well, yeah, I was traveling on my own. I just woke up here unexpectedly. But my name is Coney, by the less.
Nice looks you over and says, "Well, you can either run or help us. It's up to you."
Well, I think I should just help because I was brought here against my will, so I'd rather just beat the shit out of the people that brought me.
All right, Melise moves a little bit.
I'm gonna move down here and go up to Isle and place one hand on something, the other gripping the arrow. Pretty sure this might sting a little bit, and I'll wrench the arrow out as I cast Cure Wound on him.
I let out a little squawk out of the pain.
All right, nice. Another good roll. All right, Isle, you got 8 health back, and that makes it Cognate's turn. I'm going to leave initiative up for just a little bit.
That's my turn. Actually, already in attack.
Okay. As you turn this corner, you are able to see pretty clearly into this area. Let me unveil a little bit more. So you see Goblin Bob just panicking, running for his life. And then in the distance, you see a campfire with a hulking figure that looks sort of monstrous. And also in the distance behind him, you barely make out the shadowy shape of what looks like a human male. To the right, you also notice that there is a ledge, and you see a couple of bones just like sticking up from the ledge, like a skeletal hand wrapped over the edge of it. And that makes it Isle's turn.
I'm going to fly up to that ledge. Can I reach?
It's a little too cramped in here for flight.
Get Bob.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm going to run over and take a shot at Bob.
Okay. He is technically in the dark. Cognate can see. You can just barely make it out. And with his help, you can kind of sort of figure out roughly where he's at, but you are going to be rolling at disadvantage here.
Okay.
Okay, so in the dark, your arrow just kind of soars past him. You're not really sure where it landed, but Bob seems to still be running. All right, so Bob's turn. Poor Bob. He is going to turn and fire at Isle.
God damn it.
It misses, goes whizzing straight past you. And he is running for his life. And as he approaches this half-ogre, he kind of turns and looks, and he stands up. He's very disgruntled. And he starts to talk in goblin to this goblin. None of you really understand what they're saying. But then he turns to the human, and he picks the human up and starts to walk with him over off into the dark. You can't really tell where he's going. And that makes it Garrick's turn.
I kind of like look around and be like, all right, what do we want to do? Like, since there's a big fucker over there.
Hi, girl.
Well, we could take one of the live goblins with us as a hostage. Maybe that will help.
Yeah. Have Coney grab that unconscious goblin.
All right, I move, but I'm not gonna do anything like attacking wise. I'm gonna move up with the burning wood. And I'm just gonna kind of in general ready myself a little bit.
All right. That makes it Coney's turn.
And I'm just gonna go with the plan here and just take the goblin that was unconscious hostage.
All right. Give me an athletics check. You're looking for a 5. Goblins don't weigh much. Okay, so you sling this thing over your shoulder and you keep walking.
I already counted ahead of time, so
All right, Melise.
I'm gonna hide just outside the firelight.
All right. All right. Anything else?
I'll give Smirk my other bardic inspiration.
All right. Smurg, you're up.
Well, as is standard, I think I'll just move forward. Already an attack and my turn is done.
Okay, as you move forward, you're able to make out a little bit more of what's going on here. You see the half ogre is lifting the man up onto a ledge made of stone. It's just a part of the cave that's more elevated. And it's Isle's turn.
Okay, I'm going to move ahead a bit.
No scope, Bob.
Is Is it finally
Well, yeah.
Bob's time?
Oh wait,
Get
he's
'em.
going to no scope him no matter what. I mean, it does not involve a scope.
Yeah, I am sick of Bob's lucky day. I'm just going to put an end to it.
Bob is just the luckiest little goblin that there's ever been. The arrow flies past him into the campfire, and he's panicked, but he's still alive. Uh, so Bob turns and he's petrified. He's basically running over to the ogre. He's like tugging on him, like, please, please do something. Except it's in goblin, so you're just guessing that's probably what he's saying. But he does turn and he takes a pot shot at disadvantage because let me double check. I don't know if goblins have dark vision. So yeah, he takes a shot at the dark to roughly where he thinks Cognate was at disadvantage. Oh, neat, it's built in. So not only does he miss, he misses really terribly. And let's find out what fate befalls him. He manages to break his short bow in his panic. It just falls flat. He has nothing. He's really not in a good spot. But the half ogre does sort of finish helping the man, and the man runs off. And you can't really tell where he's going, but it looks like there's a small path that he ran through up on top of that ledge. And then the half ogre turns around, and he grabs Bob and starts to lift him up. And it's Garrick's turn.
Is there any way I could, like, try and throw a dagger at him?
Let me check the range on daggers. I think it's 2060.
Should we directly attack the ogre? I mean, maybe we could communicate with it.
Yeah, remember we have a hostage.
Yeah, 2060. I don't think he could hit it from there.
But then again,
Alright.
it's an ogre. It's not like it's a half something intelligent.
It is a half ogre, as best as you can tell. Roll me, history checks if you wanna try to know more about ogres. Okay, so yeah, you do know that half ogres are occasionally capable of very, very, very basic speech. They're dumb as a brick. You can't really reason with an ogre or even a half ogre very much, but they might understand common, just a couple of words here and there.
Alright. I'm gonna try and shout as simply as I can and just say, we have friend or hostage. Surrender.
Okay, roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, that was fucking good.
Okay. The ogre kind of looks at you, but he doesn't respond. That makes it Coney's turn.
Well, for me, I'm still trying to catch up, so I'm gonna try going in for the circle.
Your movement, I believe, is cut in half while you're carrying the goblin, but if you use the dash action, you can move your normal speed, which is six squares.
Dash action.
Yeah. So basically, instead of attacking on a turn, you can dash, and that doubles your movement. And since your movement is already cut in half, it would just cancel each other out, and you'd get your normal 6 squares of movement.
Alright, so what would that be?
You can just move your character.
Didn't he succeed in an athletic check, so that wouldn't actually cut his speed down?
That was mostly to just like hoist him up. It was like a DC 5 just to make sure that he didn't like pull a muscle or anything crazy.
Oh, come on. He's carrying a goblin, not like 25 Norwegian forest cats.
It's like carrying a munchkin.
Okay, you make a reasonable point. Yeah, if you take the dash action, I'll let you move 9 instead of 6.
Alright, that's better.
All right, Melise. Actually, Coney, you do have dark vision. So as you come in here, you make out a little bit more of this little cavern over to the right. It definitely looks like just a fetid pile of bones and shit and filth. It smells awful.
So which would that be?
Just this little cavern over here.
I wrinkle my nose at the smell, and that's past my turn.
All right, Melise.
Oh, that was my turn. I wrinkle my nose and pass my turn.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Cognate.
I ready an attack and I'm done.
All right. Isle.
Did Coney take the goblin with him?
Oh, yes, he
Yes.
did. There we go. Got ourselves a goblin.
Can the half ogre see the goblin from here?
Let's find out.
I would feel bad if it has poor eyesight.
He doesn't seem to notice it yet.
In that case, I think I'll take the goblin off of Coney's hands and walk forward with the goblin.
Okay.
Athletic check.
No, that's fine. You guys got it.
Can the ogre see me from there?
Let's find out. Okay, so first of all, the ogre helps this goblin up onto the ledge, and then he turns around and he kind of peers into the dark, and he can see that there are a handful of figures, but he can't make out any like really good details. And he kind of just yells out, "Who dare?" And you guys can talk at this point, or it is Garrick's turn. I actually will turn initiative off for just a second.
Can I try to wake up the goblin I'm carrying?
Sure, give me a medicine check. DC 10.
Yeah.
You try as you might, but he's just not waking up.
I'm also gonna try and wake up the goblin.
Okay.
Holy.
So you turn around and you just slap this goblin in the face, and he's having a really bad day. It's like blood goes flying out of his mouth. But he does sort of cough up a little bit, and then say, hey, he's looking around. He speaks a little bit of comedy. He's like, why?
Okay.
I turn to everyone and I'm like, he's up!
Can we tell the ogre to let us see the human he carried off, and in return we'll give him a goblin?
Sure. Roll me a persuasion check. He does not like the sound of that at all. He actually is a little upset. He's like, "No, you no take him. You no take him."
Someone else want to talk for you to the ogre?
I'll try to maybe like intimidate him into doing it.
I have an intimidation bonus to you.
Oh yeah, then you do that.
I'll press your talons against the goblin's neck, and I will start talking with it. The longer it goes, the more you press your talons into its neck. All right? Jeremy?
Okay, so one of you is talking while the other one is like threatening to slash the goblin's throat. Okay, whichever one of you is doing the intimidating, give me an intimidate check.
That's a success.
Okay, let's see. He does not like what you're doing at all, and he gets very, very mad. And let's roll initiative.
Oh, come on.
He's not the smartest half ogre.
What gave you that idea?
My initiatives are very good.
Ooh, very good.
Uh, Close. The initiative button out on the front page, the first page. That should be like in the middle-ish.
I'm sorry, I'm still new.
No, it's okay.
Just so you know, INT stands for intelligence.
So go ahead and do that initiative roll, Coney. Okay. All right. So I'll, as you press your talon into this thing's neck, you can see that the ogre is just very upset. He does not like you hurting his friends at all. He starts to rush towards you, but you do get to react quickly. So it's your turn first.
Okay. Is there still not enough room for me to fly?
This cavern is a little bigger. You could probably fly in short bursts. So I will let you use your flying speed. Just not more than 2 turns in a row.
Okay.
And you'll sort of have to stay towards the center because it gets shorter towards the edges.
What do you guys think of me flying over to the ledge where he put the guy and the goblin?
That would kind of make you an easy target if either of them are hostile and have weapons, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it could, but
We need to take care of the half ogre first. Unless you are really bent upon chasing them down.
Yeah, it might be too dangerous.
okay, I'm going to take my talon away from the goblin's neck and kind of push him forward towards the ogre.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm going to move up a little bit and ready an attack in case the ogre decides to attack.
All right.
He's already decided to attack.
Yeah,
You really ought to attack him now.
Yeah, at this point he is already like clearly agitated and probably headed your way.
Right. In that case, does he have a weapon?
He does. He is holding a giant battle axe. And roll me perception. You also notice something sticking up like behind his back. You suspect it might be some other kind of weapon.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to try to shoot his main arm that is holding the battle axe.
Okay. Okay, so you take a shot, and because he's lit nicely by that little campfire in the middle, it sinks right into his bicep, but he basically shrugs it off. It's like nothing even happened.
Darn.
I mean, it definitely does draw blood, but he's still up and going.
Talk about thick skin.
All right, Melise. Okay.
I'm gonna hide here.
All right, roll me another stealth. You definitely made your last one, but roll me a new one. Okay, as best as you can tell, he has not noticed you. You notice a bunch of crates and boxes over here, along with a broken cart or two. You suspect that these are probably the supplies you're looking for, but it's hard to tell.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna say anything or tell anyone. So
Sneaky, sneaky. All right, that it?
Hey, sneaky, but I
That's
can't
it.
tell.
All right, Cognate, you're up.
Is it enraged and going for Isle?
You really won't know for sure just yet. He's just moving in your general direction.
And already an attack.
Okay, for if he gets in range or in range.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. That makes it Garrick's turn.
Okay.
Set him on fire. Set him on fire. Set him on fire.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and throw the flaming log at him.
Okay. Let's see. Give me an attack roll with your strength modifier as a bonus to hit. So 1d20 plus whatever your strength is.
I think I have a strength +1.
Go to your
Let's see.
character sheet and check its mod.
Strength. Yeah, +1. Okay, so 11 total. You swing this thing and it goes flying towards him, but it kind of just like brushes off of his shoulder and falls to the side.
Oh, god damn it.
You do notice, though, as that area lights up, that this ledge goes back a little while, and then there's sort of a small little tunnel up at the top of it.
All right. Can I move still or?
Yep, absolutely.
And I ready an attack just in case.
You can't attack and ready at the same turn.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, I mean, it's generally assumed that you're always kind of like paying attention, but yeah, one attack per turn.
All right.
All right. Coney, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna try moving up 6. And try to see if I can try getting him with a crossbow if I don't have already another action for that.
All right. Let's see. So move 6, and you're definitely going to be in range of your crossbow for that. All right, so you take a shot at this thing, and it pegs him right in the knee, and it just doesn't seem to phase him at all. This thing is a meat monster.
Meat monster.
Delicious.
I mean, I wouldn't mind just trying to like cripple him a bit.
All right, you hear some scurrying in the distance, but then the half ogre he lumbers over to this pile of wreckage, and he grabs a crate, and he just shoves it at Cognate.
Oh, god damn it.
What's your armor class?
AC 16.
All right, you are able to dodge out of the way, just barely, and this crate crashes right about here, and a bunch of like grain and some dried peas just pour out all over the place.
To quote, I'm not going to say who said it, where are the knives?
And then right behind this crate, the ogre is running towards you, and it's Isle's turn.
Wait, don't I get to basically, I had an attack ready.
Oh, then yeah, yeah, you totally did. So yes, go ahead and take your opportunity attack.
Damn it.
All right, so you try to jab him with this trident, but he literally
Wait,
just
wait.
smacks it away. He is not having any of this. All right, Isle.
Okay, I am going to start flying.
Okay.
Can I see anything over by the ledge?
Absolutely. So behind you, you see another just filthy, filthy pit of, I mean, it looks like half ogre and goblin shit and skeletons and a couple of dead horses that have been partially eaten. Really, really gross. And then as you look towards the ledge, you notice that it definitely does go back a little ways. And it's too dark for you to see, but there is clearly some sort of opening over there.
Do you think we could lure it over to one of the ledges and then try to? It's clearly more of the lumbering type. It doesn't have good control over its momentum. If we got it to charge over there somehow, we could get it to fall in. Can't tell if this is a good or a bad idea.
All right.
I think the ledge is above us, so
Yeah.
it would just smack.
Yeah, this
No,
ledge.
wrong ledge. It's sewage ledge.
Yeah, the sewage pit is a. It's more of like a pit or a pot. Not really even a pot. Well, it's like a smooth recess. It does go down, but it's not like something you would drop off of. It's just like a pile.
Oh.
All right.
Oh,
Anything else, Isle?
never
I'm
mind.
going to fly
That's
a
dumb
bit
plan, then.
closer to the ledge.
Okay.
And I'm going to yell in its general direction. Whoever is over there, tell your ogre friend to stop or this is gonna get nasty.
All right. Roll me persuasion.
Damn it.
Critical failure.
You don't hear anything. You definitely hear some shuffling coming from over there, but you don't hear any response.
In that
Can
case,
you shoot that?
I'll take another shot at the ogre's arm.
Okay.
God damn it! Why does damage hate us today?
So you definitely sink another shot into his arm. It does a little bit to him. It draws some more blood, but he's still just pissed and swinging.
Piston swinging. That sounds like an expression.
All right, Melise.
Come on.
I'm thinking. Give me a sec.
No. Feck, what are you doing?
Just things. Just DM things.
Did I get a look at that guy at all?
Roll me. I'm trying to remember where you were as you entered the
I was
cave.
the one who, if anybody got a look at them, it would be me, the human at least.
Yeah,
I'm the one who basically revealed them on the map, and
yeah,
and he had pretty much gone by the time anybody else was up there.
yeah. He kind of got out of there pretty quick. I mean, you saw that he was a human. He looked male. He looked absolutely filthy, but that's about all you know.
All right, I'm gonna cast a minor illusion at the top of the cliff of a male human crying out in pain.
Okay, you get to choose a sight or a sound. I don't think you can do sight and sound at the same time.
No, it's the sound of a male human crying out in pain from
Okay.
from past the cliff
All right, cool.
or at the top of the cliff.
All right. Anything else?
Clever.
No, that'll be it. I am not standing next to this thing.
That's okay. So you definitely notice that kind of got the half ogre's attention. You'll see how he responds on his turn. Cognate.
I'll move here and ready an attack. Turn over.
Okay, where were you before? Okay, he is going to get an opportunity attack as you get out of his melee range. So he takes a swing. You guys are getting some really, really fumbly monsters. I hope you're proud.
Yes.
So let's see what this poor ogre does to himself.
He breaks his wrist, and it ends up, the club goes directly around and hits him in the back of the head. Congratulations, we are winner.
Okay, so he takes a swing at you, and he kind of stumbles a little bit, but he seems to be okay. And that makes it Garrick's turn.
Is he like distracted from the illusion at all?
Yes, he definitely did turn and look that way. You can't really tell what's going on, but he is at least slightly distracted.
Alright, I'm gonna try and go for a sneak attack. Hope this works.
Okay. Sure, okay. Yeah, I'll give you advantage on that. So go ahead and roll twice and take the better one. Oh, jeez. Okay, so as this thing turns, it looks up at the ledge and he's like, "Daddy?" But then you take advantage of this and you exploit it and you run up and you basically shove this straight down the back of his neck, and you just run through this thing, and it cries out in pain. It is clearly no longer looking up there. It is now very much paying attention to what's going on. All right, Coney.
For me, I will probably just try to go up for a trip if I can.
Yeah, I'm not sure what level you get trip. Let me double check.
Otherwise, I'm just going to attack him with my chain scythe for reach.
I heard chainsaw scythe. That doesn't make any sense. I know it's chainsaw scythe.
Yeah, it looks like you start picking up like martial maneuvers at level 3, but you can definitely run in and try to attack.
Alright, I'm going to attack with a chain scythe with a two-hand.
Okay, I believe that's 1d6. Yeah, I think I have it set up for you in the weapons panel. All right, so you take advantage of this thing being totally pulled in two directions, and you lob that chain scythe straight down the back of his neck, and then you just tear straight down his back, and his guts just come pouring out, and he lurches forward, kneeling on the ground, coughing out blood.
Thank God I used that action to tear him in half.
Okay, so you hear a little bit of shuffling as something is running out of the tunnel. This filthy man pops his head out, and he looks down at what's happened. He clearly heard the ogre calling out, and he's like, Max? What have you done to Max? What did you do?
He tried to kill us. That's what he did, and that's what we did in response.
He's an ogre, and you were killing the goblins. Of course he fought back. Who are you? What are you doing here? How could you do this to Max?
You attacked our caravan.
Or at least Max did.
Okay, so he kind of shuffles. He's like, yeah, but we were just trying to survive. He doesn't know
That
any
doesn't
better.
mean he
He's
didn't
an
kill
ogre.
people. And that's why we don't generally want ogres around.
Oh man, I don't have anything left. That was it. That was all I had.
You're from the village, are you not?
He kind of pauses for a second as he makes his way down. He sort of jumps off the ledge and walks over to the half ogre. He's like, yeah, I knew that. Well, nobody would really understand. Clearly, you don't either. I had to leave. I thought I could keep him safe, but apparently I was wrong.
We found his crib.
He looks up. He's in tears and also furious. What do you want? Why are you here?
We were supposed to be looking for a caravan that went missing. And it turns out your brother was the cause of that. And just because he didn't know any better does not mean he has an excuse for killing innocent people.
So he turns and he points out all the wreckage over to the right. He's like, well, there's your fucking caravan. Now take it and get out.
Just to be clear, we didn't kill all the goblins. We left some alive over by the campfire outside.
I don't give a damn about the goblins, but how could you kill Max?
Because we didn't know who the fuck Max was. All we knew that he was trying to kill us.
I kind of I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, but he came at us and we tried to convince him, but it was mostly self-defense. We gave him ample opportunities to stop. Can I roll a persuasion check?
Yeah, roll persuasion real quick. He just burst down. He's got nothing left. He basically says, that was all I had left. I have nothing left. I might as well just end it, because if I don't, Fish Stick will. And he grabs a
His
dagger.
stick.
He grabs a dagger from his pouch.
Stab yourself, and we're going to make sure your corpse is defiled by goblins. Tell us who Fish Stick is, and then we'll bring your corpse back to the village so it can be buried.
Roll persuasion.
I'm gonna sneak up behind the bandit while this is happening.
I don't think he's a bandit, is it? I don't know.
I'm using bandit stat block, but as far as you can tell, he's just like a dirty ass human.
Okay.
He kind of brings the dagger up to his chest, but then he just stops and his arms go limp, and he just curls up. He's done. He's out.
I take a pair of manacles from my bag and slap them on his wrists.
Okay. What else would you like to do?
I'm gonna fly up and see if Bob is still alive.
Okay.
Can we go through the stuff to find like specifically like the medicine that seemed really important
Sure.
for our mission?
Yeah, each of you guys roll investigation to like dig through those crates, see what you can find.
Yeah. Not only that, I find the meaning of life.
Okay, so you guys search this thing. You find it's almost entirely food. You actually don't find any medicine at all. You check every crate. None of them appear to be too damaged except for the one that he threw earlier. The carts are both damaged, but they might be a little serviceable if you really needed to. But you actually don't find any of the medicine.
Maybe it's being kept up there or something.
All right, so Isle, you head up into here, and as you enter, it's very dark, but there are a couple of small torches along the wall that light up what appears to be a small cavern that has been turned into a sleeping area.
Is there anything we can get off of Max's corpse?
Sure, I'll come back to that in just a second. You see Goblin Bob, weaponless and cowering and bleeding out, next to what appears to be a bedroll. There's a chest at the head of the bedroll, a couple of crates next to it that have just some scraps of paper and an ink pen, and then a handful of boxes over in the corner, or crates.
Kill Goblin Bob. I have a feeling his luck is going to run out soon.
You know what? This is still Bob's lucky day. I'm gonna go over and bind him up and try to stop him from bleeding out.
All right. Roll me. Goddamn. Roll me charisma first to see if he like lets you do it. So roll me persuasion. Yeah. All right. He recognizes that you're approaching peacefully. He's absolutely terrified out of his goddamn mind, but he lets you start working. Do you have a healer's kit or anything on you, or are you just like kind of just trying to do what you can without any supplies?
I don't think I have any supplies for that.
Okay, just roll me a medicine check.
The worst he'll do is kill him.
Okay, so there really isn't a lot you can do, but you do tear off part of his own shirt and sort of wrap it real tight around one of his worst wounds, and it doesn't seem to be helping a lot, but maybe it'll slow the bleeding a little bit. All right, I'm going to jump back down to the rest of the party. Let's see, so you wanted to look over Bob, or not Bob, Max. You don't really find anything useful. He's got this big old hefty battle axe. It's absolutely fucking massive. You don't think that any of you would really be able to wield it very well, but maybe you could take it and try to sell it.
It'd probably sell well, yeah. I'll take it.
All right, let me find the normal weight for this thing.
And
This
then multiply
thing,
that by 5.
yep, this thing weighs 16 pounds. All right, so that's pretty much the only valuable thing you find on him. He's just wearing like basic skin clothing and a little bit of hide armor, but that's it.
I'm gonna be trying to get the like carts for the caravan, like kind of like see the damage on them and see if we can pack them up with the supplies that's left.
Okay. You're able to load one up. It looks like it might be serviceable. It's got a little bit of damage to one of the forward wheels, but it might work okay. It's certainly going to be a lot better than like trying to carry these crates out one by one. I mean, that is just not going to happen. So yeah, you can start loading the crates onto the cart if you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else down here?
I'll needs to check those chests and boxes in the sleeping room.
Okay. Roll me investigation.
Can I climb up that ledge?
Yeah, it's like maybe 8 feet high, but especially if somebody's helping, you can definitely hoist each other up onto there.
I'll stay with Filthy Man.
Feck, can I use my tridents as climbing hooks?
I mean, if you want, you can probably get up there without having to do anything too crazy,
Okay,
especially if you
okay,
like grab one of those crates and step on it.
I'll just have. I'll just. Melise, can you lift? Can you lift me up? Can you help me up?
I don't know. You're pretty big. She's super weak, FYI.
Oh.
You do manage to make your way up there. You're able to just sort of like jump up. Oh, well, I mean, give me athletics real quick with a DC of 5.
I'm pretty sure you can, like, we're out of combat, so you can, like, take 10 or 20,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you're gonna be able to get up there. It's fine. Oh yeah, you make it look easy.
Should we just roll an investigation for this room?
Sure. So yeah, I believe that's actually what we were about to do. So you guys are rolling investigation for this room. Got a 16 from Smurg, and let's see, Isle. Okay, so the 3 crates up here do contain medicine. You pop the lids open, and it looks like they contain some first aid kits, some bandages, a handful of boxes of pills, and a couple vials. You don't find anything that's. I mean, it looks like it's better suited for like an actual doctor to use. You don't find any like potions of healing or anything like that. But you do see just a lot of general medical supplies. And in the
What's
chest,
in that chest?
let me get a D20 from each of you.
I think you just meant me and Isle.
No, all of you. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. So one more from whoever we're missing. Oh, goddamn, Jesus.
He found Jesus. He
All right.
found the plans for Metal Gear.
I'll give me another D20.
Me?
Yep. 16. Okay, so inside of that chest, you find 60 gold, 16 silver, and 2 copper, and I'll write that out. And you also find 2 scrolls that sort of hum warmly, rather.
And
So
the English goodly.
the English goodly. They definitely have some sort of something going on. You get the sense that they're probably some sort of magic.
What's back here?
Okay, let's take all the loot, and I'm going to carry Bob and go back to the rest of the party.
Okay. Back here, Smurg, you find just a very small opening with a bunch of boards that are sort of stacked up to make a makeshift wall.
I break down the wall. I have an axe. I'm a huge wolf. I'm strong. I'm gonna just.
You definitely make it through
Jack
that wall.
Nicholson ain't got shit on me.
Oh yeah, you make it through this wall. So as you bust through the wall, you notice a small cavern directly in front of you. There appears to be a very small chest, and you're up on
God,
top
what
of
is that?
and you're up on top of a ledge. Looking down, you see a pool of water that is just surrounded by fungi, and
Nope, 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 nope.
there are also 3 strange floating objects. They don't really appear to be. They're certainly not. They don't seem aware of your presence. They almost kind of resemble balloons. You're not really sure what they are.
Kyle, can you come over here and shoot one of these? I don't want to have to stab them.
Maybe we should get the rest of the party up here.
good point. Everybody up here, please.
All right, so you guys go back.
I am not going to lead the charge for this one.
I call out for the rest of the party to join us and maybe have one stay behind with the man.
I'll stay with him.
I finish packing and I go up to see what they're yelling about.
Why don't you drag the human with you?
Can't really carry him up the cliff.
Yeah, if you do attempt,
Oh, yeah,
he
good
kind of,
point.
you kind of like, he resists a little. He clearly does not want to leave.
Yeah, I just leave him. I'm like, hey, Melise, watch him.
I've got it. I'll leave him shackled, and I'll keep keep an eye out for any goblins and look in the crates and such, stuff some good stuff or whatever I find in there.
Over here.
All right, so you guys make your way up into here. You see this little room. You suspect this is probably where the human has been staying.
I'm like, hey, what's going on?
You mushroom things, and I don't like mushrooms. I'm not going to explain why, but let's say, for me, they are highly representative of bad times.
Can I roll some sort of check to see what these are?
Absolutely. Give me a nature check.
Can I do a nature check?
Sure.
I'll do a
Damn
nature
it.
check too.
All right. None of you really recognize what the strange floating objects are. I mean, you definitely
You've got a
recognize.
13.
Okay, even with that, you're not really entirely sure what these are. They look like strange floating balloons. They definitely appear to be some sort of plant matter. They have a bunch of tentacles at the top of their, well, head, if you want to call it a head, that are sort of slowly writhing. And you also notice as you're investigating that they are very slowly drifting towards you. Very slowly.
Let's
Let's leave.
I'm gonna go back to Bob and ask him what the hell those things are.
they're moving towards us. We need to kill them now.
I start getting the medicine crates and trying to like safely get them back to the caravan just in case.
Yeah, real quick, just to make sure that we're staying time sensitive, let's roll initiative and do things in turn order.
In fact, since my strength is 18, can I just like carry 2 of the crates at once or something?
Give me an athletics roll. DC 10 means you can grab 1, DC 15 means you can grab 2, 20 means you can magically grab all 3 and sort of like push them along the floor towards the edge. All right.
I am magic.
You are great at this. Okay, so these things are surprisingly light. It's mostly like bandage and stuffing. So you sort of stack them all up and then start pushing them all along the floor. It is stone and it's fairly smooth and a little bit wet, which makes things a bit easier. So you manage to push the crates back towards the ledge. I'm actually we can continue without initiative since you're mostly pulling back. So yeah, we'll go without initiative for a bit. All right, so what do the rest of you want to do? I'm just going to like occasionally tick these one closer.
I'm gonna knock on Goblin Bob a little bit and
Alright.
try to talk to him.
All right, he's conscious. He's not doing great, but he's conscious. What do you say? Again, he probably doesn't know a whole lot of common.
Goblin, what are those things back there?
You don't need articles. Just say what those mushroom things.
So he coughs and sputters, and there's blood just pouring out of his mouth. But he's like, they're not bad. Friendly. Yes, touch them.
I don't think we want to do that.
You can roll insight if you even feel like you need to. But
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna trust Bob.
okay, so yeah, I'll let you guys skip the insight check. You definitely get the impression he's not giving it to you straight.
I'd ask Melise if she could catch these if I lowered them down, but I doubt that.
Yeah, I think that they'd be a little heavy.
Can I go back and help get them down the ledge?
Sure. Yep. Yeah. If you guys are all working together, you
She-
can slowly like.
She pushes them down.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys, you managed to get all the crates pushed down into one big pile there, but they are still just kind of in a pile. About 3/4 of them are already on the cart.
The crates are there on the ledge now, though. We need to get them down from there. That's what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
Like the medicine stuff is kind of fragile, isn't it?
I mean, it's durable enough. It's packed well enough that you can move it around. I mean, you probably wouldn't want to like throw
we
it
use
onto a
ropes?
stone surface. Sure. Yeah, you can use ropes to help lower
That's
it
what I'm
down.
thinking. That's what I'm thinking. You just can't just sort of knock it off the ledge and expect it to be good. I need to be down here to catch it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as long as you have somebody down there, you can probably pass them down.
Maybe like roll athletics or something.
Sure. Yeah. Again, these do seem a lot lighter than the ones that were containing like grain and stuff. So yeah, that is plenty. You're able to sort of pass them down and get them loaded up onto the cart. So
All right.
a few more minutes pass. You got everything loaded onto the cart. What would you like
Oh
to
God,
do?
the strange floating things are closer.
Can they fit through that gap?
Just barely.
Let's
One
leave.
at a time. I kind of want to. I'll shoot them just to see what happens, but Cognate would want to get the fuck out because he saw mushrooms.
All right, cool. Yeah, if you're gonna take a shot, give me a shot.
Well, I can't take a shot. I want I'll to take a shot.
All right, do you want to do that, Isle?
Yeah, sure. I can move up and take a pot shot.
Okay. All right, so you sink an arrow into this thing, and it puts up no resistance at all. As soon as that arrow touches it, it just bursts in a big old cloud of, it looks like a green
Spores.
gas or spores. They just go flying all over the goddamn place. And let's take ourselves a look. They just barely managed to not hit you guys. But you definitely do tell that like there is some nasty shit coming out of this thing. And it just falls to the ground like a deflated balloon.
I don't know if Coney and Garrick have ranged weapons, so I suggest that they get the back.
Should we roll initiative, or are they slow enough that we can handle them?
At this point, unless you do anything really dumb, you're going to be able to outwalk them. They're very slow.
Let's
Yeah,
just leave. At least I'm out and I go to ready the caravan to get out of there.
Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit and take another shot at the mushroom.
All right, just roll an attack to make sure you don't like critical miss or anything.
Critical miss. Arrow bounces back
Yeah,
right
they've-
through the corpse
they-
gas
yeah,
and
they-
hits you in the forehead.
Perfect. Yeah, you got an AC of 5 to play against.
What did you say I should do?
Just roll an attack to make sure that you don't like really fuck up or anything crazy. And then I'm going to assume that Coney is kind of like stepping back to stay out of this. Okay, so another one goes down. Another giant just cloud of spores goes all over the goddamn place.
Are those spores like permanent on the map, or are they just very temporary?
They do seem to sort of dissipate once they hit the ground. It's sort of damp in here because there's water coming from that lake in the next room. So it kind of hits the ground and it just sticks. I mean, you probably wouldn't want to go lick the ground, but they're not staying in the air.
Okay, I'm gonna back up a little bit more and shoot the last one.
Okay. All right. It pops. Spores go off. They hit the ground. They sort of just make a slimy coat, and that is the last of these things.
Do you want me to come back up so we can try to figure out what's in that cave?
Yeah, sure.
In fact, since I've already made it up before, can I just go
Yeah,
past this ledge?
you're
without
fine.
anything?
Yeah, at this point, you're pretty comfortable in here.
Fuck, I hate mushrooms.
right, what's everybody else doing?
I'm following into the mushroom part.
All right, Coney, what you doing? All right, Coney is just chilling with Bob. All right, so what's the plan? What do we do?
Well,
This ledge is
heading-
pretty short. It's about like maybe 4 feet tall.
Can we see anything?
Okay, so as you move down here, you notice there's definitely another path over here off to the side. That
oh my god, JC, a bomb.
you see just a sliver of light shining through, and there's a stone in the way. It looks like somebody sort of propped it up to cover up whatever this passageway used to be. And inside the room, you see a lake. There's some big old mushrooms growing out of the center of the lake, and I say the word lake loosely. It's probably no more than a foot, maybe 2 feet deep.
It's a pond.
It's a little pond thing, yeah. There's a couple of stalactites that go all the way from floor to ceiling. Is there a word for that? I know it's G for ground, C for ceiling, but what is it for both?
Stalagmites.
Stalactite.
I don't know. It's one of those.
Stalactites.
It's a column. It's a column of stone. And then on the far wall, there's just mushrooms absolutely everywhere. Just a giant growth of mushrooms.
Stalactites go down, stalagmites go up. You can remember stalactites have a C as in ceiling.
Yeah, C for ceiling,
Stalagmites
G
are
for ground. Yeah. Is there a word for when it's both, or is it still just a stalactite? I mean,
I
obviously.
think it's just column stalagmite or column stalactite. I forget which it is.
Cool. All right. Well, either way. So what are we doing?
Can I roll a check to see if I know what kind of mushrooms we saw?
Absolutely. Give me a nature check. And also give me a perception check, because it is dark in here and you don't have dark vision.
I'll go in there.
Okay, you recognize a lot of these. They are sort of tall and thin. Most of them are just edible mushrooms, as far as you can tell. There's too many to really see all of it at once and know all of them at once without going closer and investigating. But most of them do appear to be
Bad
just...
time with JPEG.
They do appear to just be benign mushrooms, as best as you can tell from over here.
I don't trust floating mushroom things, so yeah, let's get out right now.
Right, well, I think that we've cleared this cave pretty good.
All right.
Are we done with the carts?
Yeah, the carts are loaded up. You can start, you're going to need 2 or 3 of you, since you don't have any horses or anything, to help pull this cart. But yeah, the carts are loaded up and ready to go. And no, I don't think they did, actually.
With a strength of 18, I bet I can pull it alone.
I don't know. It's pretty goddamn heavy. It's pretty heavy.
Well, here, I'll have Melise pull it with me. Since I'm so strong that I'll basically save a person.
Sure. Let's say you guys need a combined DC of 35. So just keep rolling until you hit 35 total.
What do we roll for this?
Oh,
Athletics?
yeah, athletics, yep.
Do we just roll this as many times as we want?
Well, just one for each of you. I'm basically determining how many of you people are going to have to work together to carry this thing. So you're at 23. You need another 12.
Everyone roll athletics.
Yeah, everyone roll athletics. 6 more. All right, so the 4 of you are able to sort of push this thing along, and it'll get a little easier once you get out to the path, but because you're in a cave and then later you're going to be in the forest, it does take all 4 of you to move this thing.
Can I take
Aren't there
Bob
5 of
with
us?
me?
You can try.
That's a bad idea. We're heading to a town and he's a goblin.
Well, I'd like to
Taking-
keep him.
That's like taking a chicken to the ghetto with the fryer right next to you. It's not going to end well no matter what.
It's fine. I'd like to keep Bob. Maybe train him to become my personal goblin archer.
Okay, so he doesn't seem happy about this, but he's not strong enough to put up any sort of a fight. So if you can do a DC 5 athletics check, then you're able to just tug him along.
And if that doesn't work, I can
Oh, yeah.
move.
So yeah, there's no option. He really can't fight back at this point. All right, and then Garrick, what are you doing? Are you open that chest, or what's your plan?
Look, it's Solar Fox actually got a really sick strength roll. Hmm.
Okay, it sounds like Garrick is lagging a
We
little
opened
bit.
the chest.
All right,
we
so
opened
we
the
open the chest.
We
Okay,
already opened it, didn't we?
you opened the
Or
one in the bedroom. There's one more up here in the mushroom room. It was just sitting on top of the ledge.
Oh,
Right.
to me that just looks like random, looks like wood rubble.
Gotcha. Sorry. Yeah, that is totally a small chest that you saw as you busted down the door.
Is
Uh,
this working
You need to
now?
color code these
Hey,
things.
there we go. Yeah, we hear you.
Sorry, my internet just like went down.
Totally okay. Okay, so
You need to color code your chests, damn it.
Garrick, being always curious and on the lookout for loot, pops open this chest.
It's a bomb.
As you open the chest, you notice writing on the inside of the lid, and it's very hard to tell in the dark. It's very hard to tell in the dark light. Uh, it says, "Fuck you, stay out." And as you glance down, there is no bottom to this chest. It's just sitting on the rock. But right in the middle of the chest, there is a tiny, thin purple mushroom covered in holes, and it starts screaming as loud as anything you can imagine. It is ear-piercingly loud. It is just echoing through this entire cavern, making a shitload of noise. It literally hurts your ears. What do you do?
I close
Fucking
the
run.
box and run.
Okay. You close the box, and it does not stop screeching, and it muffles the noise a little bit, but not very much. Let me get initiative from all of you.
What? What?
Uh-oh.
Woohoo, 23.
I was just kind of chuckling at the muffle.
Okay, so you notice that a handful of the mushrooms from across are shuffling about and making some noise. It's hard for you to tell because it's dark, but there's definitely something going on, and they're kind of moving their way towards you. So, Cognate, you're up. I will rule that the four of you that are by the cart, let me make a cart token real quick. All four of you can use your movement together to pull that cart.
Okay. So Garrick,
Uh,
on your turn, you just book it, okay? And the rest of us will move the cart.
Tie
Got it.
a rope to the manacles and drag the filthy man along with us.
We put Bob on the cart, didn't we?
Yeah, you do. You are dragging Bob along. He's not particularly happy about it, but he is yours for the time being.
I
Nice.
think you can unshackle the human. I mean, what are we gonna do with them?
Turn him
We
in.
have, we have no proof he committed any crime. For all we knew, it was all Max.
As he hears that mushroom screaming, he's like, "Why did you go in there? What are you thinking? He'll be back any minute now. He's bound to hear that."
Who? Who?
He just looks back down at Max and he's like, "You'll find out."
Oh, was it that person you mentioned earlier when you were trying to kill yourself? Maybe this wouldn't have happened if you had told us.
None of this would have happened if you would have just left us alone.
None of this would have happened if Max wasn't killing people.
Okay, so what are you doing, Cognate? Your turn. Fish stick, fish stick,
Fish dick?
fish stick. Definitely. Okay, so let's see. Pulling this thing with all four of you together, you've got a combined movement of 30, so you move it this far in one turn if all four of you want to pull it that far.
Yeah, let's
Pull
do
in.
it.
Easy, baby.
All right. The cart moves. You guys can just freely move your characters that way. And then Garrick.
Open that JPEG out of the
All right, I'm gonna run.
dash.
Yep. Dash action will give you double your normal movement. Bless you.
can't. Is that right or?
That looks about right, I think. It should be 12 squares total.
From where you started, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All right, so you run. The mushrooms are super slow, so they inch a little closer, but you're probably going to outrun them at this point. So yeah, unless any of you have any plans of going back into that room, we'll take initiative off and we'll just continue running.
Let's run.
All right, so y'all run. Let's see. I'm going to assume that when Garrett gets out there, you're going to try to help push this cart too. So go ahead and give me an athletics check, Garrett. Okay, so you guys push this thing slowly up out of the cave, out past the fire. You make it out to the campfire and start to push it back along the muddy path over around here, way off to the side. And give me a perception check. Okay, Coney, you hear something very, very big pushing its way through the forest towards you very quickly from the south. But it still seems to be about 250, maybe 300 feet off. You think that you could probably just book it and be back to the main road before it finds the camp.
Pretty much.
Does that include with the cart?
With the cart, yep.
Book it. We're booking it. You gotta get out of here.
Booking.
All right, you guys book it back to the main road. Let's see.
Can I
Book
take
that
flight?
shit like a fancy restaurant.
Yeah, you can absolutely take flight.
Yeah, I'll
Get
take
down
flight
here
and
and
see
help
if
us
I
push the cart.
can see it while I'm up and about.
All right, let's see here. Let me do one of these and one of these. Oh, jeez. Okay, you guys luck out big time. Basically, just as you're getting out of the woods and away from this camp, you hear just trees being knocked over as something big stumbles into this goblin camp behind you. But as far as you can tell, it doesn't really know what's going on. It runs into the cave, and that's the last you see of it. It is behind you. Isle, you're able to kind of make out a very large shape, bigger than the half-ogre you just killed. You assume that this thing is an ogre. But you have made it out safely. Woo! All right.
Huzzah!
The time is about 1 p.m. You're about 8 hours from
We gotta
Rosa.
move.
Yeah.
We gotta move. We gotta be there by morning at least.
End of tonight is the deadline. You got to be there before sundown tonight.
Shit. Then we gotta
We-
book it. We gotta book it like a fancy restaurant in France.
All right. Okay. So, how is everyone doing? It is 5 o'clock. That was the original time we were scheduled to end. If all
I
of
can
you,
go till midnight.
yeah, if anyone needs to go, this is actually a pretty decent stopping point. But if you'd all like to continue, we can wrap this up real quick.
I can
keep
stay.
going.
All right.
I'm so
Continuing.
hungry.
All right, cool. So you guys are back on the main road. You're about an hour north of Roper's Way and about 7 hours south or west of Rosa.
Gotta get a rest.
You guys heading towards Rosa?
As I said, we're booking that shit like booking it to that shit like a fancy restaurant in Paris.
Okay, cool. Let me get perception checks from Cognate and Isle at disadvantage, since you are moving at like reckless speeds. Okay, you guys actually do pretty great. You make it most of the way back towards Rosa until you hit a clearing in the woods that goes over a river. You notice a couple of people just crossing the bridge. They appear to have dark cloaks. That's really about all that you can make out of them.
Dark cloaks I normally don't associate with good things. And how many of them are there crossing the bridge?
It's just two, and they're actually moving very slowly. They're talking to each other. As they notice you, they kind of stop and pause, and they just wait and watch to see what you do.
One of here. This is what I'm good at. One of you talk to them. I'll go. I'll look imposing.
I also kind of look imposing if I'm also pulling like the cart and everything.
No.
All right, as you get closer, you recognize one of them is human, and one of them is very short, probably a dwarf, a little bit stocky. They sort of just look at you silently as you try to pass by.
So who's going to talk to them?
I can say hello.
All right.
Wait, my charisma is 15. Why did I forget about this?
So as you say hello, one of them, they both look at each other, and one of them sort of waves back, like, "What can we do for you? Hope your travels are going well."
What are you two doing out here?
We're just making the journey down to Roper's Way, and actually past that, towards the southern lands. We're clerics from Rosa.
Oh, okay.
Can I make a perception check to see if there's anything off about him?
Yeah, insight is actually what you roll to determine if anybody is lying or being untruthful.
Can I do that too?
Absolutely.
Wow, we are not very insightful, are we?
As best as you can tell. Yep, as best as you can tell, they're Jesus.
Wow. This is
Christ.
Yeah, you don't notice anything wrong. You think that they're probably just telling the truth. They seem peaceful enough. You can roll perception if you'd like to see if like they're wearing any sort of weapons or anything like that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Why are these creeps rolling a bunch of dice in front of us?
Okay, so you do notice that there is just a little bit of a bulge around their hips where a weapon might be, but it doesn't really look like they're carrying a whole lot.
Let's so where's the cart relative to us right now?
You're just pulling it behind you. I guess I should go grab that card token.
What's Bob doing right now?
He's like passed out. I mean, he's barely conscious at this point.
Does it take up all 4 hexagons on the bridge?
There's enough room that you could sort of maneuver around it if you need to. You'll be able to get it through without like, pushing them out of the way or anything.
They could snap at a mention of a certain something. I think it's best if we just basically back the cart off and allow them to just go past us, and then we can go across the bridge.
I agree with that.
All right, so you sort of wheel the cart back a little bit, and they walk past you. They keep an eye on you, and they are on their way.
I'm gonna take
Resume
flight
light
again.
speed. Resume light speed.
All right, so you guys continue on your way. After a short while,
I swear, if they stole any of the medicine, I'm gonna kill them.
after a short while, you find yourself back in the farmland outside of Rosa, and just as the sun is starting to come down, you make your way into the city gates. You book it down towards the docks. You deliver the goods, and you find what was her name? Elizabeth something.
Stephanie Stephenson.
Stephanie Stephenson.
Clearly.
Merrywell. You find Merrywell. She's out by the docks barking orders. She looks everything over. She checks some papers, and she's like, "Well."
And her name is Jane Cena.
She says, "It looks like most of it is here. What happened?"
Well-
Half ogre. killed a lot-
Goblins.
Sounds like we might need a little better protection for our future caravans. I'll have to see about upping the pay that we give to the guards from on here on out. Well, thank you anyway. It looks like it's mostly accounted for. A little bit of missing food, but what can you do? Goblins and all. Here's a little something for your trouble, and I'll make sure to save some spots for you on the boat. Be ready. Crack of dawn tomorrow morning. We leave at 7 a.m. sharp. So
Alright,
she.
thanks.
Did she not notice the goblin?
What is up with that goblin?
Well, I
Don't
kind of,
question it.
I kind of took him along. I kind of like him. He's an asshole, but I like him.
So he's Kanye West.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to take him out of here. I don't want that thing in my ship. But here's some gold for your trouble. And she goes into a back room, and she comes back out with a small sack. And let me get a d20 from each of you.
Wow. A 2. Wait, didn't it didn't Garrick or something? Didn't he open a chest with like 60 gold in it?
Yeah, I will assume that you guys like picked all that gold up.
Yeah. Can we just split it amongst us now? There are 60 gold, 25 silver, and like 2 copper.
Yep. Yeah. We'll let me tally this all up, and then we can split it out.
Just divide it by 5. Simple enough. We have no reason to get angry at each other right now, currently.
I am so
Can
gonna
I
swallow that
can I
goblin.
take the dude, filthy man, and the ears to the guard place and turn them in? Explain what happened.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be another like 8-hour trip to get back down to Roper's Way. But
I was just thinking the ones here.
Gotcha. They it's not really their business. They don't really tend to anything outside of the walls of Rosa. You could certainly try.
But Feck, earlier you said that they basically deal with anything that happens in the wilds around them, didn't you?
They do out until the walls. They basically protect the farmland immediately surrounding Rosa. And sometimes like they'll go on larger patrols, but the people here in the city are mostly concerned about just the city.
I just remember you saying
Fine
that
then. I'll
saying
unlock.
like
I'll unlock
normally
the
regarding the guards, it would normally be something like you said something like normally the guards with the big city's name would be handling this.
Well, that's what the small city thinks, but that doesn't mean that the
Yeah.
big city cares about them.
Yeah, it might be
True.
sort of a case of like local cops versus federal police sort of having a weird rivalry or whatever. That is the total plus your total from earlier, so let me go find how much that was.
Well, then I will unlock the dude, take the manacles back, and leave the ears on their desk and leave them.
All right.
Can I just try to find this place to sell the battle axe?
Yeah, absolutely. You make your way over to the trade district. You're just lugging this massive 16-pound battle axe.
I have a strength of 18. It suits me.
Yeah, you're doing pretty all right with it. So you walk in, and his eyes just go wide. It's this big, jolly fellow. He's like, "Where in the hell did you get that?"
Off of a half ogre that I killed with some help from people. I'm just seeing if you want to it or not. What are you willing to buy it for? You probably melt this down for like 12 swords.
Well, ain't that something? Well, I mean, I don't have a lot of buyers that would make use of a giant battle axe, but you're right. I could certainly melt it down, turn it into some other things. Of course, it might be nice to have it just for a trophy.
Yeah, that too.
Give me a persuasion check.
Yeah.
He says, "You know what? I've never seen a battle axe that big in my entire life. I will give you 15 gold for it."
You got a deal.
All right. Pocket yourself 15 gold. Let me go do the math to see how much that is once you split it up, and then you guys can fight amongst yourselves over those 2 scrolls.
I don't care about skulls. Cognate isn't magical at all.
I ain't really a magic wielder either, so
I'll hold on to them until I sell them and split the money with you guys.
Sure.
sounds good, my friend.
You could at least
I
see what's
trust
on them.
you.
All right, so split 5 ways. This is... Wait, is that right? Okay, hang on. I'm terrible at basic math.
Oh shit. Oh yes, get it. Yes! Let's go. There we go. Woo!
That for each of you. And then the extra 15 for that battle axe, if you feel like splitting it, would be another 3 gold each.
I'll send. So that'll be 3 for each of us. Here, I'll take. I kind of want to be selfish. I'll take 6 of it, and everybody else can have 2.
Okay. All right, and then are you guys going to go have those scrolls appraised?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so you
Want
head
me to
over.
tap them so I can be imposing.
Totally your call.
Well, I'm just asking him.
Sure, I'll go do it.
No, I was just asking if he wanted me to come along because I can look imposing.
Oh, that's fine. I'll do it.
Ooh. All right, so you head over to the academic district. You find yourself a magic shop or an apothecary of some sort. He welcomes you in. He says, hey, what can I do for you?
I can't tell if I'm involved in this or not.
By the sounds of it, it sounded like he didn't want you to come along.
All right.
You can still try if you want. I mean, you're very welcome to
I
just
won't.
tail him.
I won't. That will just probably lead to argument.
You can just go to the tavern. I'll handle it. You guys have done enough today. I really didn't do that much.
All right, so do you let him go alone?
Yeah, he can go on.
All right, I will start working out some deals with him. As far as I can tell, I believe that is all the content I've got planned. It's about 8:30. Sun's going down. You've got a big journey tomorrow, so you should probably make any last-minute preparations to get
I
ready
need
to
better
sail to
armor.
Fortuna. Yeah,
Armored.
awesome. So let me sort things out with these scrolls real quick, and then you guys can meet up at the tavern, and we'll go from there.
I need to get
Can I
armor.
ask the lady at the docks real quick if I could work on the ship, like while we go on it tomorrow? Since I am also, trained with ships.
She's like, yeah, sure. I didn't realize you had any background in sailing, but by the looks of it, it actually seems like you know what you're doing. The ship is already fully crewed, but you're welcome to offer to help them. I know Salthammer is sort of a grumpy captain, but it's possible that he could use the extra help. I know that they just brought on a couple of new people on their last visit from Fortuna, and they, well, if I know Salthammer, he's probably not giving them an easy time. So having some extra help to make things easier might be appreciated.
All right.
Feck, can I get better armor? Well, really, first we need to divide the loot up so I
Oh,
can
man.
afford said armor.
Yeah, just a second. So, you hand the first scroll over, and he identifies it as a scroll of bark skin. He says he can give you 35 gold for it. And then you hand him the second one. He identifies it, and he says it is a scroll of identify. And he says he just doesn't have much need for one. He'll give you 5 gold to take it off your hands if you want.
Don't sell the identify, but sell the bark skin.
Yeah. I'll take, how about 40 gold for the bark skin?
Give me persuasion. He looks you up and down. He says, all right, for someone of your stature, I can make a deal. 40 gold it is.
Thank you.
Good job.
And I'll
Mike.
hand over the scroll and go about my business.
All right. So, armor, you make your way over to a blacksmith, and as you step in, you see all sorts of armor just lining the walls. He's got absolutely everything that you can imagine.
Yes! But first, remember, we need to divide the loot up. Because, for all we know, I can't afford anything.
Right, I did post the split amount prior to that scroll, and then there's another 40 split 5 ways is 8? Is that right? I'm so bad at math.
Yeah. it
Okay,
is.
so that's another 8 gold each from this scroll. So there are prices listed by each piece of armor. Chain shirts are 50 gold. Scale mail is 50 gold. A metal breastplate is 400, and a full suit of half plate armor is 750 gold.
I'm assuming scale mail is better than chain mail? Is
It is 1 point better, yes, but it does give you disadvantage on stealth.
chain mail already does that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. You're wearing chain mail, not a chain shirt. That actually is a downgrade for you. The next upgrade in heavy armor is splint armor, and the cheapest set that they have there is 200 gold.
Well, that's a set. Can't I just buy individual pieces for cheaper?
Um, he says they only sell in sets. It's just hard to sell a half set to most adventurers.
Well, then most adventurers aren't very good with money.
He kind of laughs and is like, yeah, that actually seems to be the case most of the time.
Well, then you don't have what I'm looking for. Goodbye.
Let's go.
Alright, sorry. Good luck finding it. You're always welcome to come back later.
I would like to buy some arrows.
Alright, arrows are 5 copper each. You can find a Fletcher pretty much any street corner.
Feck, so that 22 gold, 2 silver, and 4 coppers, how much?
That is everything you got while exploring, plus the bonus that she gave you when you finished the quest. But then there's another 8 on top of it from the scroll. So it's actually 30 to 4.
So I have 44 gold, woohoo.
Alright. Anything else before you guys pass out?
Can I buy some clothes for Bob?
Sure, absolutely. You just want to buy like nice clothes, traveling clothes? What are you looking for?
I want to buy a hood and, something that covers him up.
Alright, you find yourself a set of traveler's clothes that comes with a light cloak. It's listed for 2 gold.
I'll take it.
Alright. 4 pounds.
So Feck,
Mm-hmm.
are there any decent improved versions of the trident I can get right now, or would they all cost more than 44 gold?
There aren't really. One of the big changes in 5e is that you're not really expected to get like +1 and +2. Like you don't just get improved weapons as you level up. Like it's very feasible that you could be using a normal weapon for most of the game until you stumble across something magical.
Oh, okay. I just realized how bored my voice sounds.
It's all good. Okay, so that is basically all of the content that I had for this one shot. Again, I know it was very simple and a little cliche, but I just wanted to get people introduced. So yeah,
was
tomorrow
fun.
morning. Yeah, I hope you guys
for
at least
the
enjoyed it.
I want to do more. I want
Yeah,
to do
totally.
more.
Awesome.
More.
So yeah, I've got 2 more one-shots that I need to run over the next couple of weekends, and then I'll start trying to sort out final groups. I swear the main content is a little bit less, cut and clean.
Normal?
Yeah, a little less normal. No more go kill goblins in a cave. But yeah,
Normies?
if you guys have anything else that you want to do between now and then, feel free to just whisper me. Rosa's a big city. You can buy almost anything you can think of. But yeah, you got the night. You can spend it in the tavern drinking. You can get ready for your trip in the morning, which will actually be like several weeks from now after we get the main group going. So that's that.
Yeah, sounds
hate
good.
All right.
Oh, right, experience, the fun part. Let me tally up everything that was killed, and I'll get you guys an XP total here in just a bit.
All right.
3 wolves, a dire wolf, at least 5 goblins, and a half ogre. And then the 3 floaty things.
I'm actually curious if I came into the session late, do I still get the experience?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if I ever get to the point where I feel like people are like intentionally skipping sessions just because they know they're still going to get XP, then it might be an issue. But like if it's just a genuine error, then I totally don't mind. We'll still split XP.
I'm sorry. No, I'm curious if I should try upgrading my scythe chain. God damn, I'm amazed that I basically split that ogre in half.
You didn't exactly split it in half, but you pulled a total Mortal Kombat on it. You basically ripped its back open and just let everything fall out.
Like, whoops.
It was pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Last minute, man. Oh, way.
I would have preferred Effect put a bit more energy into saying that, though. Basically, like, just saying, like, some sort of metal voice. The scythe tears through its flesh, all bursting out in agony.
Otherwise,
I would've
I probably just did like Attack on Titan type shit. My God.
The way I think of it, you basically jumped up, jumped down, jumped up, and used your weight to basically pull it down through its spine.
Well, I pulled the chain down with with the
Oh,
with the sickle, so basically it's just
okay.
zippered down on him.
It was an unzipper.
Oh well, he's dead anyway. So it would have been interesting if we actually went to the bigger one.
All
I'm
right.
pretty sure we would have died. That's why I was playing Shadow of the Colossus music.
That is 548 experience each, which means you guys have made it to level 2 with about 248 experience to scale, or to spare. Sometime between now and the next time that we play, I will help you guys make your level 2 decisions. That's where you start to get some of your like defining class features and stuff like that. So yeah, we will take it from here.
Yeah, sounds good.
Jeez, for that? My God, I already leveled up and still have some left over.
Okay, folks, I'm going to take a break, possibly go get dinner. Have I eaten today? I ate today. Yeah, that's right. But I will be back later.
Awesome.
I just want
Thanks again,
this.
Feck.
For sure, thank you guys for playing and putting up. Like, I know I'm still like figuring things out and doing things slowly, but at least we had fun.
I-
You did
I
good,
just wanna-
Feck.
I just want to allocate skill points already.
Okay, I'll be back in a bit, and then we can kind of go through all the leveling up stuff if you're still around.
I'll be